Recording in progress.
All right. Morning, Austin. How are you this morning?
Oh, Jared, I am doing as good as I can be. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Sure. I'm gonna jump in and send out another reminder. I think those reminders have been going out okay, but I only see one person in the waiting room, and he's been here since well, like 2 hours. Had the
Ready
wrong
to
time.
go.
Yeah, yeah. Brian is ready to go. So if I lose my voice, you're good to take over, right?
We can talk about something.
Okay. Okay, sounds good.
I appreciate you sending that outline over. That gives me a lot more understanding and feel for the flow of stuff. So that's going to be very helpful.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's subject to change, but
Sure.
that's that is kind of the idea of the flow
Yep.
for day one. Day two, we need to refine. We're not going to. Selena pointed out, like, you're not going to be pitching all afternoon. I said, no, 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 no. That we got to make some adjustments there. So
Hmm.
we'll get a good feel for who's on day one and
Okay.
what their needs are, and then adjust um, for day two. So let's see. Wonder how she has these tagged.
Yeah, it's always nerve-wracking whenever you jump on and no one's there and you got to wait for them to show up.
Yeah. I'm like, wait a minute. I know I've had a few more responses than this.
Uh-huh.
Like, is there something off? Um, they just changed go high level here about a week ago, and I'm I don't do well with change. Like, wait a minute. I used to be able to just jump right in and
Yeah.
find what I needed.
It always drives me crazy, especially on software, when you have a system and a pattern, you know exactly what to do and how to get there, and then everything changes and you got to relearn it all.
Uh-huh.
Like you're just doing this so you can keep charging me money. A few folks rolling in, it looks like.
Okay. There we are. Tag is that's not it. There's only three people tagged like that. Okay. Well, I'm gonna reach out to Micah real quick and see if she can manually do. How many are in the waiting room now, Austin?
Says three.
Okay. All right. Well, where two or three are gathered.
There should be more waiting.
Okay, there we go. Right. I'll go ahead and let these folks in and give
Okay.
people a couple more minutes. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I am doing well. Sorry about the confusion on the time. Glad you're here.
You're good. You
You-
know how it is. I live in Colorado. I work in Kansas, and then trying to figure out y'all's time.
Oh.
Like,
Oh.
okay, well, let's do this.
I get it. I get it. Margaret, welcome. Glad you're able to be here. Caesar, welcome back. Cesar. Do you prefer Caesar or Cesar?
Either or.
Either or. Okay.
Call him anything, just don't call him late to dinner.
Okay. Cool. All right. We're going to give folks a few minutes here. Did you guys get the text reminders okay this morning? Okay, good. A little worried that maybe our system was not working correctly. So,
Yeah, your dates and times are off a bit, but it worked out.
oh, are they? Okay. Okay. What did shoot, I checked. What did the date and time say, Brian?
It said August 23rd and 24th, and it said at 2 a.m. in the morning.
You haven't been up since 2 a.m. Have you logged in here?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Okay. Well, I know you texted. I saw that message. One message that you sent. I don't know whatever time that was sent, but I think I saw it about 7:30. Okay. Yeah, let me okay, if you guys can bear with me just a little bit, I'm going to send a reminder to hopefully Mike is awake. Our virtual assistant is in the Philippines. And normally it works really good because she's awake when I'm asleep. And vice versa. So I'll let her know that those date and times are off. And I think some people may have some confusion. Okay. All right. Well, as we're doing this, let's see. Okay, got that sent. And sorry, you guys. Thanks for your patience here. Okay. Is that you on there also, Selena? Maybe that's me on twice. Yeah, that is me. I'm on my iPad open here too, so we're okay, we're good. All right. Okay, very, very good. All right, we're gonna jump in here. Austin, are you okay with saying a prayer for us this morning, Austin, to kick this off?
Love to.
All right.
Father God, thank you for the day that we have in front of us, Lord, the opportunity to gather together, to fellowship all across the country, maybe even across the world, Lord, as people come together to learn and to explore and to just create change in their operations and in their lives. God, I pray that you would bless the next 2 days as Jared speaks to this class and shares wisdom and shares encouragement and insight and education, Lord. That you would bless him in his endeavors and his efforts to communicate decades of experience and lessons and learning, Lord, in a way that is easy to digest and understand and implement, God. And that you would also bless each one of the attendees here today, that they would be encouraged and inspired and motivated, that they would leave here with a plan and with excitement, and above all, with a commitment to pursue your call in their lives, Lord, on their operations and in their lives, Lord. We just pray that you would bless our time together with fun and with fellowship and with some laughter at times, but above all, just a commitment to supporting one another and engaging with each other and just leaving the event better than we came to it, Lord. We ask all this in your precious and holy name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Austin. Appreciate that. Well, welcome everyone. This is the Regenerative Prophets Workshop. We're grateful that you're here with us. Sure grateful for the livelihoods that we have. This morning here, it's the first part of November. We're here in northeastern Nevada, and we've had an Indian summer. It's just been mild. It's been wonderful. On the ranch this year, it's been a little different because we normally have tons and tons of people wanting to send us cattle, and because of the dynamics of the market and few things, there were some people that were running a little bit scared, and so we didn't get cattle in here until really starting in September and October. And so every day that we get to graze is just a gift, because that's going to be the bulk of our income for this year from the ranch side. And so God is good, and we've been extremely blessed with moisture to the tune of about 3 inches of moisture here this fall, and a little bit of green up. So it's been amazing. It's been an amazing year, very different than what we had planned, but in so many ways good. And I think each of us can recognize God's hand. And as we talk about, through these next 2 days, I hope it's okay to share from my belief, and you translate it however you want to. I believe in God, who's a Father in heaven, and a Savior who's just Jesus Christ. So that is part of our vernacular, is part of our day-to-day lingo in our home and in our family and amongst our culture here in our business. And that doesn't mean that you have to. This is not Sunday school. We're not trying to convert anybody to anything other than to recognizing where they're at, where they need to be, and committing to do the work to be able to get to that point where they need to be. And I believe that point is where God wants us to be. So as we jump in, this is going to be interactive. The summit was very high level, lots of people on, and we do have more people registered. I know this is harvest time, and we had some messages that said, hey, we were not, just flat not going to be able to join. Things happen in the field. And so they will go back and watch the replay, and I'm sure there will be others who will be joining us throughout the event. We're not going to necessarily digress. That said, we will go at the pace that seems appropriate for those that are here. We're going to get to know each other here during this time together, and get to know about our businesses. And so as we jump in, I'm going to share my screen here to jump in. So they say a picture's worth 1,000 words. You don't need to see my calendar. That's not what I wanted to say. This is the outline for the day, not necessarily let's see. There we go. Okay, this is where we want to be. And this is our bold promise to you, that over these 2 days, as we spend together, that really investing in this time is the fastest way to build a profitable regenerative agriculture business without wasting years or money on trial and error. And it's really by following a proven framework that combines regenerative stewardship with a tested business system. So that's a bold promise to be able to say that, hey, we can walk away at the end of 2 days that with a framework, with the systems, with the commitment to move that forward. And we know that that plan is just going to be in the beginning phases. You know, when we walk away tomorrow afternoon, Friday afternoon from this class, that's where the real work begins. That's where the implementation starts. And I remember some of the classes that I've been to, you know, you get hyped up and you learn a lot. You're in a high energy group and you go home and then reality hits. And it's like, wait a minute, all that stuff that they taught, was that just theory or does it actually apply? Well, yes and yes. You are the one that has to make it apply to your own business. The principles work, and that much I do know when they are applied, and they're going to be applied ineffectively, inefficiently, incorrectly, at least initially. But as you continue to do that, as you continue in your commitment, that my promise is that you will begin to see success and things will get easier in the sense that, hey, I know what works and I can continue to do that and I can continue to learn in this process. So if that sounds like what you signed up for, then just this is interactive. Give me a thumbs up, give me an okay, give me an emoji in the chat, something to let me know that this is the right place for you. So if you don't know where the chat is, navigate down to the bottom. If you're on a phone, it looks like maybe Margaret is on a phone. You can find that, but let me know something there in the chat that we are in the right place, and I'm going to go ahead and put that in there also. Okay, Caesar's got a thumbs up. I got a thumbs up. Selena's got a thumbs up. So we just want to make sure you guys are interacting here, and you can also do the reaction on the screen when we say for that. So there's two ways. There we go. All right. All right. So we're in the right place. Let me before we dive in and talk about you guys, I'm going to share a little bit more about my regenerative journey and how it applies to this. So we all anybody are Princess Bride fans here? It's one of our family's favorite movies. I don't know, has anybody else seen it? There's a scene in that movie where, you know, this old guy is using the word inconceivable, and the answer comes back from Indigo Montoya. You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Caesar could probably do a better interpretation or better at saying that than I could with stewardship. What does it actually mean? What does it actually mean? And let's define that first and foremost, what stewardship is. This is not direct. This is not my quote, but I've adopted it because it says it so well. Stewardship designates a sacred, spiritual, or temporal responsibility to take care of something that belongs to God, for which we are accountable. What are those things that we have stewardship over, and when will we be accountable to God for them? I believe that everything that we have, including our bodies, our time, the land, even the material things that we see that, you know, are not necessarily eternal in nature, our clothes, our pickups, our tractors, our livestock, we're stewards over all those things. And take all those things away and you're still a steward because you're still making choices. Now, as we discuss over these 2 days, we're going to refine how to become better stewards. Everything that we do here at Ag Steward is really with that purpose in mind. So you guys probably know where I'm from, but this is the northeast corner of Nevada, Secret Pass Ranch. We're blessed to be third generation ranchers here. And my grandfather came to Nevada in the it would have been like my dad would have been pretty young at that time, and he was born in 35. So they came to Nevada in the early 1940s, moved to Elko County in the late 1950s, I believe it was. And they started with a sheep operation, and it transitioned to livestock. And in the late 80s, we sold the last of the sheep and have been completely livestock that we've owned. We still contract graze some sheep and even have some goats on the ranch this summer. So we run in 2 geographical locations. Typically, this is where we spend the summers, on the west side of this mountain range, and then the winters we're over here on the east side. It's not that it's necessarily true winter range, it's just a little bit lower elevation over here. This is our pasture map. There's a couple of in holdings here that neighbors have. Other than that, everything that you see that's outlined would be under our stewardship. And this 12,000 acres up here to the north is land that we leased that used to belong to my siblings, and they sold it, and we're blessed to be able to secure the lease from the new owners, and are grateful to continue to steward that. Yeah, my wife and I have been married now 29 years, 9 children. We've been through different schools and invested in our education. And what we do here at Ag Steward is a culmination of all of the experience and the things that we've learned, combined with the insights that God gives us, even in the very moment. You know, we lean on the experience of our own past and of prior generations, but we know that we're in a time that is different, is very different, and we must adapt, and we must be willing to not depart from our values, but test and challenge our own paradigms and look at, hey, are we doing the best that we can right now in 2025 with the different circumstances, challenges, and unique opportunities that we have right now. And so with all that we do here at Ag Steward, we and on the ranch and in our personal lives, we really strive to have this question in the back of our minds. What does it mean to seek first the kingdom of God? And how are we doing that? And how is that being manifest in the work that we do, whether that's on the ranch, whether that's in front of Zoom and talking to attendees, or you know, or whether that's just in our personal life when we're all alone. What does it mean to seek first the kingdom of God? And hopefully there's some clarity around what that means as we go throughout this day. Leanne, welcome. And Wes, if you're there, we welcome you guys from Canada. We're going to get to know each other here a little bit more as we go along, but I'm just doing a brief introduction for me. So yeah, we'll pause there for a second. And I want to know, you know, I shared what my intention is at the beginning, that bold promise that basically over the course of these 2 days, the work that Austin, Selena, and our team behind the scenes are going to be doing, we want to ensure that you walk away with clarity on what your next step is, and more than clarity, that you have the courage to take action towards that. And if we've done that, just like Austin offered in his prayer, then we've served you well. That's probably more the beginning of the road than the end of the road when we end tomorrow afternoon. But I want to know, why are you here? What brought you here? Again, for me, it's to serve you, to serve this community, and to help you have clarity on what your next step is. So let's take 2 minutes, and I'm actually gonna time it, just because I don't want to get lost wherever my phone is here. Okay, I'm actually gonna time this. I'm gonna set a timer for 2 minutes, and let's just write down, why are you here? What are your intentions for this class? And with this concept that we're going to talk about here in a minute, beginning with the end in mind, thinking about tomorrow afternoon when you step away, close down Zoom, what will have made this the best 2 days of 2025 so far and set you up for success in 2026? So what are those intentions? What are the things that you hope to gain and get out of this class, so that you have clarity and confidence in your regenerative journey? Bottom line, what are your intentions? Okay, ready? Any questions on that before I set the timer? Everybody know what we're going to do? Margaret, could you repeat that back to us? Just what, because sometimes I stumble over words. Let's make sure that everybody understands. What's your quick assignment here for the next 2 minutes?
To write down what our intentions for the class are, why we're here.
Very, very good. Super simple. Okay. Okay, ready? Let's go. So have a journal, or you can open up a Google Doc or word processing document, whatever works better for you. I kind of do a hybrid. Excuse me. While you're doing that, I'm actually gonna go grab my journal that's not already filled up. All right, about 1 minute left.
Sorry, I had to step away. What are we doing? Sorry.
Okay, yep, we're writing down our intentions for these 2 days in the class here, Brian. So just super simple. You know, what's going to make this the very best experience for you being here for these 2 days. And we're about 20 seconds. We'll give you another 30 seconds here. Okay, wrap up and let's bring it in. Okay, I'd love to, this is a small enough group. I'd love to get, hey, Brian's ahead of me here. Thank you. You can either type it in the chat. You guys can unmute yourselves. Okay, so intentions for the class. Brian says, trying to learn as much as I possibly can from my recently purchased ranch. Awesome, Brian. Love it. Love it. How about you, Margaret? You can share. You're still unmuted.
Oh, okay. To build on what I've been learning in the previous webinars I've attended of yours and the podcasts I listen to, I'd like to have a plan to get my numbers in order and have a plan to market this year's calves and just to know what I can do to keep building every year.
Love it. Okay. All right. Let's go Caesar and then Wes and Leanne. Wes, good to see you. I didn't know if you were going to be on today. Caesar, what are your intentions? You've been to one of these classes before and you're growing and moving, and welcome back. What are your intentions for this one specifically?
In case there's something new I could learn and maybe add some final touches for my business plan. And always to, never know when there might be a good networking opportunity come up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Perfect. Welcome, Jan. We're just sharing our intentions for the class here. Wes and Leanne, go ahead. I'd love to hear from each of you, or if you want to combine them.
It'll be combined, I guess.
Okay.
Just to learn to be have more clarity in business and be more profitable in our business.
Okay. So clarity and profitable. Okay. All right. Very good. Selena, would anything you'd like to add? Selena's going to be listening in mostly, but she will be helping co-teaching. So Selena's my wife. You'll get the chance to meet her, and grateful that she's here.
So I just put that was helpful for the people that have registered, and then we will see in feel God's hand throughout the class and beyond.
Thank you. Very good. We love it. Well, thank you guys for sharing. We appreciate that. So you're in the right place. This class is for you. And I know that not only the things that you learn here will serve you right now, they're going to serve for future generations. We talk a lot about legacy at Ag Steward, and that's, while we're not going to walk through how to build a legacy plan or an estate plan today. Each one of our clients that work with us are at some level or at some phase in either creating an estate plan or revamping an existing plan. So the intentions that you set here, are you looking out generations into the future with those intentions? Or are they just meeting the immediate needs? Sometimes it's a combination of both, and I get it, right? They're cash flow crunches. Sometimes there's production issues that are right now, that are right in our face. And it's hard to be able to think legacy and long term when right now we're starving, or we have a real need, or we're in pain. What I'm going to invite you to is to bring that balance into those two. You know, they say the only thing we have control over is now. The past is a canceled check, the future is a promissory note, and right now is the liquid cash. It's the thing that we get to spend right now. That said, I believe the past does help define us because of those generations that have gone before and the experience that we can lean on. And the future, as one of my mentors says in, let's see, what is that? Benjamin Hardy, and I think, well, he's got lots of podcasts. He says it all the time. I don't know exactly where it came from, but we need to make our future big enough so that it actually draws us. It actually pulls us. And so to that end, we're gonna talk about that, where we want to be, and what that future looks like. So within the context of, hey, this is building the kingdom of God, we're gonna you guys are familiar with, maybe you're not, the two letters that I got. One of them was a foreclosure notice that came several years ago. We still had a young family, had lots of dreams, aspirations. This was the family operation that we had stewarded going into the third generation. And that foreclosure letter came, and it was a punch in the gut saying, hey, you're not doing things right. Then it was a wake-up call. There was not an immediate quick fix. There was not a silver bullet. There was not something that some guru taught us that just made all the difference. It was still a lot of prayer, hard work, working on our business, doing the things that we're going to be talking about here today, and learning some of the things that I wish I had had. I wish I had had this class. I wish I had a coach who understood not just the business side of it, and not just the interpersonal side of it and the relationships, and not just the emotional side and not just the mental side, but somebody who had a truly holistic view of how all these things play together. So I think that foreclosure letter came about 2015. We were able to get refinanced. It took some work. So approximately a decade ago, 2015, 2016. In 2025, actually during the August summit, we had a knock on our door right here, the office door, right behind me. And somebody was presenting, and I went to the door, and FedEx man delivered this envelope. Inside that envelope was the biggest check that I've ever deposited in my life. That check allowed us to be able to pay off debt. It allowed us to be able to make some off-farm investments. It allowed us to be able to do something that we had never done and be completely self-financed. We inherited some debt, mostly operating debt, and we'd acquired a lot more during my journey of learning. We had a pretty significant mortgage, and some of it was backed by assets, and some of it just flat wasn't. And so the bank had every right to send that foreclosure letter. What made the difference between here and here? There's a lot of lessons that we learned along the way, and I'm going to share some of those with you as we go along here, with the hopes that you don't have to get this letter, but if you do, you can realize that, hey, there's hope. And even if you never get this letter to pay off all debt and to make you so you are self-financed and financially free, that's okay too. It's the journey, and that's what we're going to talk about here. So we have already set intentions for the class, and thank you for doing that. Did we get, I think we got everybody shared. Austin, we didn't hear from you. What are your intentions? And as we dive in, kind of explain what your role is here, Austin. Let me stop share here for just a minute. Sorry to skip over you.
I'm good in the background.
Yeah.
So do you want me to introduce myself or tell what we're gonna do, or just share intentions?
Let's share intentions, and then if you would be willing to introduce yourself and what your role is here in this class,
Okay.
that'd be perfect.
So my intentions, this will make sense once you know what I actually do. My intentions would be to lead everyone here to have a full understanding of their operation needs and what they can take away from this class and how they can implement that going forward. Make sure that that's crystal clear, for what next steps are, in knowing how Jared teaches and instructs. What is the most important to take away from that is what my main intention is. So yeah, to introduce myself a little bit, I'm Austin Black. I work with Jared on the sales team side of things, and wife and I have small cow calf operation in West Central Missouri. So have a very strong, deep agriculture background. Also have some other small businesses, including the beef cattle publication and personal finance coaching business. Then I get to help Jared on the sales side with Ag Steward. So we have a very strong rural lifestyle country living background, and really enjoy being a part of the regenerative sustainable movement that Jared is a part of here, and helping folks understand how to implement that on their operations and really have that that lifestyle that we're all chasing and pursuing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Awesome. Thank you, Austin. So we'll talk about how to connect with Austin. Well, why don't we do that right now, actually, since you have the floor. So, yeah, tell them how that works and what to expect when they jump on we call it a strategy call because Austin is a strategist. It's an opportunity for you to absolutely, help us help you. So tell us a little bit about that and how they get plugged into that, Austin.
You bet. So every person on this event will have opportunity to jump on a 45-minute call with me during the next 2 days. We're going to try to do those outside of the actual class time. So we have some time slots that are available to make that happen today and tomorrow. And Jared can share the link on where to sign up for those. But essentially, that's just going to be a time for us to visit really briefly. We don't get to get too in depth on these calls because it's a very high level, just finding out where you're at and where you need to go. But my goal on that call is three things. Number one, to understand what your operation is doing and where you want to go. Number two, to figure out what the biggest obstacles are holding you back from achieving your goals and objectives. And then number three, help you identify what the next step for you moving forward after this event is, whether that's working with us, doing things on your own, giving you clarity to how you can move forward in accomplishing what those goals are for your operation. So it's a great chance for us to brainstorm a little bit, but more so just for me to really understand and learn your operation and your objectives and goals and struggles so I can provide that clear strategy for you going forward. This is a free opportunity for you guys as part of the class to get that. We normally charge $500 for these calls. This is a really good opportunity to get that guidance and get that tangible next step that's customized for you. So those calls again will be available today and tomorrow. You can book those at that link that Jared dropped in the chat, and then I will send you a Zoom meeting link that you can jump on outside of this. And I look forward to visiting with each and every one of you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate appreciate that, Austin, and thanks for being a part of this. So, for those that are working with us one-on-one, you can take advantage of that also. It's just going to add more value to this overall experience. So, if there's any questions or challenges that you have signing up, do you want to go ahead and drop your cell phone number in the chat,
Sure can.
Austin? If you guys want to take a minute and just open this up, what you're going to see here, I'll share my screen and just walk you through it. Super simple. Basically, you'll just get into this spreadsheet, and what you'll do, you can see the class times that are already taken. So obviously don't put your name there. Put your name in one of the other slots that is available with Austin's calendar. And then thank you, Brian, for plugging in this afternoon. And then put your phone number in. Super simple. Then Austin will coordinate with you. He'll send you his own private Zoom link, and you'll jump on there.
And just a quick reminder, those are Pacific time zones. We've had some confusion around that in the past from other events. So I wanted to be very, very clear on everyone that those are Pacific times. So if you're in a different time zone, just make that adjustment accordingly. I am in Central Time myself, so I've got to do the same thing. So
Yeah.
just be mindful of that as well.
Yep. Very good. So just for your own reference, it is 9:38 here Pacific time. I won't confuse you and explain that my computer says 9:38 and my phone actually says 10:38. We're going to go on Pacific time here today. So we live in 2 time zones here on our ranch. It's kind of silly, but such is life. So I get it, Brian, when you're questioning what time does this actually start? What does this do? Thank you, Austin. Appreciate that. Any questions for Austin while he has the floor here?
No, so I have 11:30 my time. So just so you know.
Okay. So where are you, Brian?
I'm in Colorado right now.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that, because that wouldn't be 11:30. Oh, you're 11. Okay, right now you're not your time slot. Not your time slot, but you're okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. You're right.
I'm right. 11:30. So
Okay.
I understand the time difference.
Okay. 2 hours difference for Brian. You guys.
Jared's
I
already
think,
confusing himself.
I know. Yeah. As long as you guys in Austin know what time it is, that's kind of irrelevant. Wherever I'm at. So, okay. Thank you, Margaret. Are you good? Caesar.
I don't know. How do you put your name in? I have it pulled up
Okay.
Are you on a phone or computer, Margaret?
on a phone.
Okay, that's gonna be a little more challenging, but
Let's just put it in here for you. What slot are you after?
Can I do the 12:15 tomorrow?
looks like it's
Yeah.
open.
Yep. You want to put her in, or I'll do it.
Okay. Yeah, I have noticed in the past that if you're doing it on your phone, it's kind of hard. So if you have issues, text me and I can put it in for you.
Not sure if I spelled your name right. Margaret, what's a good phone number for you? You're okay.
307-899-8311.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
All right. Looks like Wes and Leanne grabbed a spot here too. And so, okay, very good. Thanks, you guys. We got you, everybody that's here plugged in. Caesar, if you haven't, grab one too. Austin will help you. You guys probably already know each other, but all right, back to what we're going to be working on here over these next 2 days. This is expect to be able to. Oh, let me see. How do I go back there? Share. Okay. All right, you guys can see that now, right? Yeah, I've got my iPad going here too, so I can see what I'm actually sharing. The intention is that this is interactive. And why do I do that? Not because I want to put you guys on the spot. It's because I really want you to learn. This cone of learning, it's not proprietary to anyone. But I think this is actually something that Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Poor Dad author, came up with, or repurposed here. So basically what it says is that the way to be able to get the most out of an experience is when it is interactive. If we just sit back and it's more of a passive learning, we're not going to retain very much. So we see that if all we do is just read, and 2 weeks later, we may remember 10% of what we have read. I actually think that that's going to be less today because we are so bombarded with information. Our brains can't hold it all, and it's naturally going to let go of some of the things that are irrelevant. I would say it would be lucky if we retain 10% in 2 weeks of what we read. That's probably 10% of something that's really important to us. Okay, so be interactive. And to that end, here's my little formula that again I borrowed from somebody. It's Jim Quick. He's a great teacher of how to be able to speed read and do incredible things with the mind. So the acronym for fast learning is FORGET. There's a movie that we watched a while ago. It's called, help me out with the name. Is it Mighty Max or something like that, Selena? About the girls basketball coach. And she goes to this team. They're not doing very good. I think it's a small religious school. Yeah, Selena says yes, Mighty Max. The first day of practice, she gets all the girls together and she says, okay, let's write down everything that you know about basketball. And so they sit down on the floor, pull out a note, or she hands a piece of paper to all the girls, and they take several minutes and they write down all the principles that they know about basketball. And then she says, thank you. Now throw those in the garbage and let's start fresh. Like, okay. So that figuratively, that's what I'm inviting you to do, to take everything that you've learned about regenerative agriculture, stewardship, production agriculture, growing a business, building a legacy, figuratively, put that all on a piece of paper on your journal, tear it out and set it aside. You can always go back and dig it out of the garbage and pick it up when we're done. But why do we do that? Because we need to make room to receive. A full glass is somewhat useless because it has no room to receive. So we need to empty out so that we have room to receive. So that's the first principle. Forget. Number 2 is be active. We already talked about that in the previous slide, the difference between passive learning and active learning. So participating in the chat, taking notes, sharing. We can find, even though this is a small, intimate group, we can find some great breakthroughs if we'll do this. Manage our physiological state and our mental state. Our state represents our body language, where our mind is. And so if you find that your mind's wandering, even now, if you're on a laptop and you've got multiple browser tabs open, just close them. Keep the one open that you need to be able to stay in Zoom and the one that you need to be able to take notes on. Other than that, that helps to manage that state so that you don't get distracted, not drug here and there. And then the other thing is just sit upright. We're going to take frequent breaks. During this, we're going to have some working breaks and things. That is to be able to help us stay in a good state of mind. Stay hydrated. I always have a cup of water nearby. That's going to mean we're going to have to take bathroom breaks, and that's okay. If you do need to step away, I get it. Do your best to come right back, and that's great. And the last one, teach. Learn as if you're going to teach it. The teacher learns the most. And why do I teach these classes? Because I am really passionate about learning. One of my values is being a lifelong learner. And I realize that the quickest, fastest, easiest way to do that is to learn to teach. So take notes here, prepare like you're going to teach these principles back to your children, to your team, and even do it. Pick somebody and say, hey, you don't need to share the whole full days with them. They'll glaze over and you'll lose them pretty quick. Just say, hey, can I share 2 principles with you? And pick the ones that stood out to you. Okay. Here's some rules for engagement here in this time. Number 1, high level of respect. We keep this family friendly. Ask that you do the same as your language in when you're unmuted and in the chat. That you be present. We talked about that, managing your state. Make sure that you're here. If you find that you're being distracted, do your best to be able to minimize those notifications and give 100%. So as we jump in here, are there any other rules that you would like to propose that would help make this the very best class of 2025? If so, throw it in the chat or unmute and share if there's something else that you want us to add to this list. Oh. Okay, so will each of you commit to keeping these rules over the next 2 days? Let's go ahead and give a thumbs up on the video or a yes in the chat. Let us know that you're willing to keep this commitment and make this the best class for everyone that is here. Got it. Got it. Very good. Thank you. All right. Very, very good. Thank you, guys. So with that, I mean, we're ready to dive right in. Welcome, Lance. Glad you're able to join us here. I'm not sure how much you'll be able to be on here, Lance, but let me know if you're in a spot. This is Lance Meyer that's on here, right? Lance's iPhone.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, cool. Wanted to be sure I wasn't going to put the wrong person on the spot and scare them away. You shared some really awesome insights in the mastermind the other day, and here in a little bit, if how long are you able to be on? I know you're in the middle of harvest and things, and what's your schedule look like today to be able to plan for a time for you to share some of those principles that you shared, and I'll kind of help prompt you what I'm looking for, but.
Sure. I should be back in the office point. So
Okay. All right. Well, when we take a break here, I'll shoot you a text, and you can refer to that, and then we'll kind of plug you in. There are some things that really stood out that I shared with Selena that you shared the other day, and yeah, I think I'd love it if you did that when you get back in good Wi-Fi service. So thank you, Lance. All right. One of the other things that you may not have seen, and I apologize that our time and dates and things were off on our reminders. The team's working on getting that out. And so maybe while we're taking this break, I'll visit with you, Lydia, because I don't know if Mike is actually available to be able to send out reminders to the people on the class. So this is going to be a working break. And what I invite you to do, if you have not already, there's a survey form that will help us help you, especially jumping on with Austin. If you can take a minute, it's probably more like 4 or 5 minutes to complete this survey. Again, Lance, you're certainly welcome to do this as just a check-in, even though Lance is one of our one-on-one coaching clients. So let's see. Austin, do you know how to... Oh, Brian did yours already. Okay. Do you see Brian's response in there, Austin?
Not yet. Let me check something here.
Okay. I'm not seeing it either, Brian. Or Margaret. What is going on here?
That's fine if I got to do it again. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, they're not showing up.
I wonder, do you have the link that you used, Brian, by chance, just right there handy? Would you be able to drop that in the chat? I apologize. I think we have a couple of glitches in our reminders, and it may have gone to a
The
previous
old one.
Yeah. No, Wes and Leanne, yours didn't either. So sorry, you guys. Normally we're not this glitchy in our stuff. Okay, so how do we get the link for them to just be able to jump in and
Okay, Jared has said it hasn't been published yet.
oh, okay. All right. I wonder what that did.
Yeah, I'm trying to send you the link, but it says it's too big for the chat, like word
Okay.
wise. It won't let me
Okay.
make it anymore.
All right. Sorry guys, I think I missed a step. So let me
You want me to drop it in the chat? It's published now. Or you can see
okay.
it out there. Okay.
Yeah, do you want to just open it up real quick, Austin, and see, just type something in. Let's see if a response comes through. So, okay. I missed that. That was completely on me, you guys. Sorry about that. I missed that one little button to say publish. For those who don't know or haven't seen it yet, it's going to be super simple. Yeah, I think, sorry for those that have had to go in there and do it. I don't think they got recorded. But what it looks like is this. You'll just go into a basic Google form, your first and last name, phone number, and then it'll go through some questions here. I don't know that I necessarily need to read these questions. You guys can take on this working break and complete this. What are we really looking for? We're gauging where you're at within your business. What phase are you in? You're just starting out. Do you have, how much structure do you have around your business? Is it actually a business or is it a hobby? And in either way, it's okay. Like we'll serve you either way. But what Austin is going to focus on is going to be largely different if you're a multi-generational business ready to scale versus maybe somebody who's like Caesar, who's just first generation and just starting out. Okay. Any questions on this? Does it look like it's working, Austin?
Nothing's come through yet, but I'm keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, I'm in it. I'm gonna send mine here in a few minutes. Let me know if it does or doesn't come through.
Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and we'll make this working break. We'll be back. Well, I mean, we'll be on here, but if you guys have any hangups or anything, just reach out. We'll take 5 minutes to go through this, and I will reach out to Lydia here. So Selena, if you want to manage the chat and answer any questions, Selena or Austin. Austin, you're probably better versed to do that. Lydia, is it okay if I give you a call real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, I will do that. Okay, thanks, guys. And then Austin, just refresh. It should be real time with Google.
Right.
Normally, you don't have to refresh. As soon as those responses come in, they should just populate. But okay, I'll give Lydia a call here.
Okay.
Okay, Austin, does it look like it's working?
It did for me. I think everyone else is still completing it, but mine did go through.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, Matt, welcome here. What we're doing here, Matt, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. We're doing a quick working break here. Are you able to see the link that I just dropped in the chat?
Yes.
Okay, so if you click on that link, it's going to take you to a Google form. If you've already filled it out, I had the settings wrong, and so apologize. But if you just take a few minutes and fill that out, it's going to ask some questions to get to know you a little bit better about your business. So that's what we're doing right now in this working break. Glad you're able to join us, Matt. Where are you from, Matt?
Missouri.
Okay, very good. Well, welcome.
Yep.
All right. Everybody else getting it okay? You guys. Okay, Brian, appreciate that. Wes and Leanne, you guys got it? Okay, so
I'm just working on it here.
okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Well, we'll give you a few minutes to do that. Again, Matt, the purpose of this, Austin is going to be reaching out to everyone. You have the opportunity to book a call with him, and he reviews each of these to get to know you a little bit better before you get on the call. That way you can hit the ground running. So, okay, yeah, let's go for like another 3 or 4 minutes. We'll just kind of check in with you and make sure that everything's working, and then when you're done, if you need to step away, get a drink of water, use the bathroom, feel free to do that. We'll be right back.
Austin, were you able to get mine?
Yep, yours is in there.
All right, how's everybody doing? Getting
Got 3 of them in there so far.
getting pretty close. Okay, yeah, we'll give folks. I mean, this isn't a extracurricular. This is really part of the program. So
This is required homework.
it's kind of yeah, required homework, and you had a very legitimate excuse that my dog ate my homework because your teacher didn't set things up right to receive it. So we'll see. What your second response should be better than your first. That's all we were doing. We just wanted to give you time to think about it, ponder about it. Now we get the real responses. So awesome, you guys. Yeah, we'll wait for the rest of these to come in, and Lydia's doing some reach outs here while we're doing this. Okay. So there we go. Okay. Where are we at now, Austin? We're getting close.
I have got Margaret, Brian, Caesar, Lance, Wes, and Leanne.
Okay. Matt, looks like still working on yours, Matt. Any questions, Matt? Anything we can help you with?
No, just working through it.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's all right. Hopefully you're on a laptop and not trying to do it on a phone. That might be one thing we should encourage people to do is make sure they have access to a laptop. So well, that's all good. Thank you for taking time to do that. Okay. Got it. So okay, we've gone over the ground rules. I'm going to share with you a diagram. Let's see if we can be fancy here and use my iPad to draw something. If not, I'll share something that's existing. How do we do that? Okay. All right, here we go. So if you guys can just see and watch here, the two most important things when you are starting on a journey are to know, one, where you're at. And everybody knows, you know, like on those maps, they have this big red dot that says you are here. And then the second most important thing is to know where you want to go. So if I'm going to go visit Brian in Colorado, I need to know where at in Colorado. I need to know, and from that I can determine, okay, what's my path to be able to get there. And we all know that the shortest distance between 2 points is in a straight line, and we also all know that that's exactly how life works, right? We set our destination, we establish where we're at, and then we just go straight to our goal and we get it every time, right? No, not so much. I don't know, at least that's not how it works for me. What the journey looks more often than not looks like for me is something like this. We say, hey, oh, sorry about that. We'll figure this out. Okay, we say, hey, I want to go there, and we're cruising along, and then we find this pitfall, and we're like, holy cow, what happened? Down here in the bottom of this pit, just like an inversion in the middle of winter, the fog hangs in the valleys and the mountaintops clear off first, but this fog kind of hangs down here in these valleys, and oftentimes it can be very confusing, and we can think, man, where was it that I was going? I don't even know what direction I'm headed. And then maybe we get a little glimpse, we come up out of the fog and we're like, oh yeah, I need to be up here. And we realize that, oh, to be able to get there, it's actually a pretty steep climb, and maybe there's some cliffs and some overhangs here before we actually get to our destination. So our journey probably looks a little bit messier and something like this. And so there's different phases in this journey. When we're here, we call this phase 1, and that's the sprint. It's like when we're thinking, I've learned some things. I got this goal. I'm going for it. Everything is good. Life is good. And then the ground kind of falls out beneath us, and we go into this phase 2, or the slide. And like, wow, I wish we try to scramble back, maybe get to back to where we knew we had solid ground and good footing. Only to find that we're in this phase 3. Where are we at? Phase 3. And this is the pit. It's confusing. Sometimes it can be depressing. We can lose sight of where our goal is. And if we persist, we get to what we call the climb. And then there's maybe a dogged determination, like, by golly, I'm going to get there because I don't want to go back to the pit. But the hard work has really begun. And the tendency is always to want to go back to phase 1, where things were uncomfortably comfortable, where we knew what we knew, but we also had this, what I call divine discontent, that says you're not where you need to be. And even though right now you might feel safe and you might feel like things are okay, I don't want you here. I don't want you to continue to live in Egypt under bondage. You're going to need to go to the promised land. And that journey to the promised land, it could be 40 years, it could be 4 days, it could be 4 minutes, but there's going to be a journey. And this is, it's mirrored in all of the great books. Many of the prophets throughout the Bible have had similar experiences, and they call this the hero's journey. And so eventually, you know, we get up to where we really started, and this is kind of a messy drawing, only to realize that, oh, this is just a plateau. God is really calling me to up here. My vision can see this far, and so we get to repeat the journey again to get there. Okay. Is this making sense, you guys? Is this landing with you? So I want you to go ahead and put in the chat right now what phase you're at in the journey. that can be from a business, it can be from a personal, whatever comes to you. Just go ahead and put in there phase 1, 2, 3, or 4. What phase are you at in your journey? Okay, maybe a 2. Okay, Margaret says wandering, so that would be a 3. Margaret, is that what you're saying? Just for clarification. Lance is saying a 3. Okay, very good. Thank you for being candid and helping us here. And Brian is phase 1, just starting out. Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, I think we're probably, for me right now, it's probably coming out and just starting into this climb and kind of retooling how we're doing things. Why is this important to know? Let me see if I can X out of here. There we go. Why is this important to know? I did a training on this at a summit a while back, and I'll when we take our lunch break, I'll find the PDF that I created that I shared with the attendees. In each of those phases, there's some key principles that we need to focus in on. So real quick, phase 1, that's the sprint. That's where you can really cover some ground. But the challenge, so I'll talk about the opportunity and the challenge. The opportunity is you can cover a lot of ground. The challenge is that if you're going linear, you're not really progressing, because all things in nature either progress or they die. There's either progression or regression. We're either regenerating or we're degenerating. And so it's a false notion that we can just stay on level ground. But yet that's what our body craves, because our body wants to stay safe. It wants to stay out of pain, and it wants to be comfortable. And it wants to be around other people who validate how we feel. And so if we stay on that level plane, we're not going to progress, and we're actually regressing. So phase 2, when we drop into that slide, the tendency is, man, I just want to clamber back and get back to that solid ground where I was. This is where we can really build up momentum, because just like, if you're biking and you've got a big hill ahead of you, but you got a valley, the more momentum you can pick up as you're going down that hill that will carry you up the next hill, the better off it's going to be. So this is where we gain the momentum. The challenge with the slide is that we think that there is no bottom to it. Just like falling, that's babies, that's one of the instinctual fears that they have. There's not many things that they're afraid of, but falling is one of them. And so, that's why you support them really well. Having 9 kids, before I had our 9 kids, I was asked on 2 different occasions to watch my nephews. They were babies, and I didn't even know much about babies then. I was pretty young, and both of them rolled off of either the couch or wherever they were, at 2 different times, 2 completely different times. And I swear I only looked away for like a half second, and gravity took over. They rolled off. Next thing I know, they're on the ground crying, and my sister's looking at me like, couldn't you just watch them for a second? So there is that instinctual fear that, like, I'm sure they weren't hurt, but it was the fall that scared them. We need to know that, hey, there is always going to be a bottom to this, especially if we have a firm belief in a savior. We cannot sink so low that he cannot come and save us. That phase 3, when we're in that kind of the outer darkness, the fog, our tendency is to think we will never get out of this. It could just be that it's a brief moment. It could be that it's for years. So what keeps us going through that is remembering where our vision was, sometimes even remembering where we came from, is helpful, because that's a point of reference, because we can't see where we're going, but we can say, hey, I don't want to go back there, so I'm going to keep going in this direction, trusting that we'll pretty soon we'll climb out of that fog. And so having that determination. And this is where depression sets in. This is where the suicidal thoughts start to bombard us, where it feels hopeless, because we can't see the people that are around us. And a lot of times we can't even see, and we can't feel God's help, which is right there with us, because we turn a little bit numb. Sometimes we're fearful, and we're not in a place where we can receive maybe the counsel from those who are there. But I want to share, and just a witness that there are always going to be people there, no matter where we're at on this phase of this journey. I think there are times when we are allowed to go it alone, but generally during those deepest, darkest spots, there's always going to be somebody there within arm's reach, literally within arm's reach, that can help us. Okay, so then phase 4, when we're going up that climb, gravity, we're working against gravity. It's hard. It takes a lot of effort. It takes some determination. We may slip back, and we may think, well, all is lost, because I was here and now I'm here. We can't see the progress and the things that we've learned along the way. And God measures us by progress more than he does and progress in direction more than he does by where we're at on the destination, or where we're at on that map. What I'm trying to say is, are we going in the right direction? And are we making consistent progress, even though we may be slipping back? What helps us through that? That's where we're having a team around us, and having somebody who can help us and support us. And, just like rock climbing, it's a lot riskier to do it alone. But if you have somebody that's up above and you have an anchor, then it's going to be a lot safer, and frankly, a lot more fun as well. So give me some insights. What did you guys learn from this little exercise, and how does it apply to you? Is there anybody that would like to share?
I could go.
For it, Cesar.
Well, because I've been trying to start out for, I think, some time now, and now that it's finally happening, part of me feels like sometimes I'm a little behind, but I've learned a lot. I'm still learning a lot, so um the journey, I guess, to get there is just as important, not just like the destination. I guess is kind of
Okay.
like what I've taken from it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Very good. Thank you for sharing, Caesar. Anybody else have an insight from that, how it applies to them? Yeah. I've never shared this with a client or in a class setting where people didn't instinctively know where they were. It's kind of interesting, just how it's a real relation to life. When we were managing a BLM allotment that used to be part of our ranch, there was a couple different times when I had experiences in real life that happened similar to this. One of them was in the fall time, about this time of year, we were going to gather. We had about 600 mother cows, cow-calf pairs, in a big valley here in Nevada. The valleys generally run north and south with big mountain ranges on each side. We had a decent crew of probably 12 different people, and the gather was big, but the cattle had to come to water at certain points. And so, even though it was probably 50,000 acres, It could easily be done in a half a day with a decent sized crew, because the cattle would naturally come to water, mid morning, and we could just catch them on water and then trail them to the kraal where we needed to hold them and wean the calves and ship them the next day. Well, I dropped some of the crew off on the west side of the valley, and then the rest of us drove around to the east side, unloaded from the trailer, and I took the outside circle, which meant that, I knew the country, so I trotted out into the flat the furthest. As we left the truck, fog started to roll in, and I thought I got my bearings. I knew where I'd come from. I knew where the cattle were, and I thought if I just keep going in this direction, I'm going to run into the cattle, and the cattle were already starting to drift to water. So I thought, basically just find the cows, get behind them, and we should be spread out in enough that, even though we couldn't see each other, hopefully we would be able to get the job done. Well, as I trotted and trotted and trotted, big open country, no landmarks, no roads, just sagebrush and grass. And pretty soon I ran into a fence. And I thought I'd trotted out in the valley, headed west, and then turned to go south. I gotten completely turned around, and instead of going south, I was heading north. And it's kind of a vertigo type feeling where you think like the whole world is turned upside down, because in my mind, I absolutely knew that I was going south, and there shouldn't be a fence there, but I was 180 degrees turned around and was headed the wrong way. So using the fence as a landmark of where I didn't want to be. And sometimes God gives us those opportunities just so we know, hey, this isn't the right place. This is not where you're called to be. I then turned my horse, headed south, started trotting, thought, okay, the cows were maybe half a mile off from this fence. Trotted, got completely turned around again and ran back into the fence. I mean, not ran into the fence, but, there's the fence in the wrong place again. And so, there's no roads. There's nothing I didn't have a cell phone with a compass or anything else. It was just, I just had to use my instincts, which my instincts are not very good. I am prone at getting lost. And so the next time as I left, the fog finally started to lift. And as we got closer to the well and the fog completely lifted, we realized, we'd left a lot of cattle behind us. So basically at about 11 o'clock in the morning, we had to go and start the job completely over. All was not lost. I mean, we got the job done and everything. That's great. But the point of the story is that when we're in that fog and when we're in that state, like, man, we don't even know which way's up. We can draw strength and peace on knowing where we've come from, that fence in my story or my analogy, but also remembering where it is that I want to go and continually pointing yourself back in that direction. No matter how many times you get turned in a circle and you come back and you hit the fence, it's no, this is not where I want to be. I need to be at the south end of this valley with the cows, with the crew, ready to complete the job and get the calves shipped tomorrow. And each of us will go through these times when there's darkness and even depression and thoughts of wanting to quit. That's when we need to realize that everything that has got us to this point is there to serve us. It's not to drag us down, and it's not to make us feel bad about ourselves. It's there to serve us. And then we also need to double down and really remember, hey, where is it that I'm going? Where am I called to go? Even when I can't see it, sometimes, I remember Bud Williams talking about this, that his dad encouraged him not to use landmarks, to actually tune in to his intuition of what direction home was, just like animals, and they instinctively know. We do, but we rely too much on these tools and our visual senses to be able to guide us. When sometimes in certain scenarios, those things are going to be saying things that are false. And our inner compass is going to be saying, hey, you need to go in that direction. When it may not make sense to your mind, when you might be feeling fearful about it, when the people around you might be questioning you, if you know that that is the right direction and you know that that gives you the confidence that you can keep moving forward in that direction. So welcome, Gina. Glad you're able to join us here. So we've had a pretty cool morning. We've done our survey here this morning. We've established where we're at by completing that survey. The one thing that is really hard to do in a survey is to ask where we want to go. And so we're going to take a minute and we're going to do a little writing exercise here. There's a couple ways that we can go about this. One of the, I think for this class, the way that will serve us the best is to write our story. So what we're going to do is we're going to say in 3 years, so let's pretend, okay, it's 2025 now, and November, let's just say the end of 2028, where do we want to be? And let's create that story as real and as vivid as if it had already happened. So to be able to do that, here's some ground rules. We write it in first person present tense. So as if, it has already happened. I'm so grateful. So a good way to start it out is I'm so grateful that we have a cow herd on the ranch and that we are weaning 350 calves each year. I'm so grateful that we are united as a family. Paint that picture. And in so doing, let me just, we're going to talk a lot about the business aspect of things, but one of the things that we shared last time in our mastermind group that we did with Lance, and I don't know, were you on that one, Caesar? You were, right? When we talked about the wheel and the kind of the holistic nature of our beingness. I'm going to see if I can find that picture to be able to share, because it's more than just money in the bank. It's more than just, oh, there it is. Okay. So take a look at this. You can probably screenshot it. It'd be great, because these are the key aspects that you'll want to have when you're looking at creating your story for where you want to be 3 years from now. We'll talk.
First of all, I need to say your name right. It's Cesar, not Cesar.
Okay.
That's, your expertise. You should write that down.
Cesar, Caesar, scissors.
Speak Spanish, Cesar?
Not very well, to be honest. My father's Puerto Rican, but my parents separated when I was younger, so I didn't get to pick it up and remember it.
Yeah, I think we've had that conversation before. So
No
Selena
worries.
beats me up because I served my mission in Colombia, so I should know.
Oh, nice.
You have a good Spanish name, so. Oh, all right. So this is what it looks like if you guys want to screenshot that. Here we are. Mental, emotional, physical, social, financial, and spiritual. Spiritual is at the center. It's what keeps everything together. So where do you want to be mentally? For me, lifelong learning is an important attribute. And so that would be in my 3-year vision, that I'm continuing to engage in classes, reading good books, listening to podcasts, and participating in things that grow my mind. Emotionally, I'm strong and resilient. I utilize my emotions as fuel to be able to propel me forward. Physically, I am strong, physically robust, and have stamina. Something to, I'm 51 years old, and I'm aware that for many people, you would say, well, you're on the backside of your peak living. And I don't believe that. So something along the lines for me would be like, I have stamina that defies my age. Social, I'm surrounded by good friends. Financial, we are profitable each year, generating $300,000 net profit. Does that make sense? So the way that I phrase those is what I invite you guys to do when you're writing your story. Don't overthink it. You don't necessarily have to emphasize each of these areas, but when we work with our clients one-on-one, if all they're focused on is financial, I can guarantee that this wheel is going to fall off at some point, because they're going to be neglecting some of these other key aspects. So that's why in this writing exercise, I invite you to look at all those aspects. So everybody got a screenshot or screenshot it in your mind. These are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas of a holistic being, of stewardship, of the things that God's given us to be able to steward. So any questions about what we're going to do? Let's take 5 minutes and write our story. Let's write our story. Somebody did it with ChatGPT, and I don't think that's necessarily a wrong way. Like, I use AI. Austin and I talked about it yesterday. It helped me create the outline for this course based on previous courses. I would encourage you to just do this from your heart, and you can feed it into AI later if you want to, but let's make this a pen to paper, fingers to keyboard activity, and write that. So we'll check in at 10:40 my time. So in 5 minutes, we'll see how everybody's doing. It's probably going to take a little bit more time than that, but again, begin with the end in mind is the principle here. Writing your story for where you're going to be in 3 years. And I'm going to see if I can put on some. Sorry, I'm going to put on some thinking music here if I can find some. There, don't let it distract you. That's some background thinking music for you. So. Where are you going to be in 3 years?
How do you want us to share these if we've already written them on paper?
So what we're going to do is we'll have the opportunity to go into small breakout rooms, and you'll share them with fellow participants. Brian? So yeah, thanks for the reminder in the chat. Selena's got it. Spiritual, mental, emotional, physical, financial, and social are the 5 areas that invite you to have in mind as you're writing. How's everybody doing? Do you need more time? Go ahead and let me know in the chat if you're close. This isn't something that we necessarily are going to rush through, but the idea is to get a good start. Brian's got her nailed. Okay. We'll give him maybe just like one more minute. So start wrapping up. Okay, all right, let's pull it back in here. I can stop my orchestra here in the back. There we go. Okay, very good. So for this exercise, what we're going to do is invite you to go into, we'll set up 3 breakout rooms. Selena, if you want to manually assign yourself to go to room 1, Austin room 2, and I'll go to room 3. So go ahead, unmute, turn your camera on if at all possible so that we can have this be interactive. There will be 2 to 3 participants in each room. And what we'll do is we'll take 3 minutes each to share your story, your vision story. The others, your job is to listen attentively and to see if you can see if you can see where it is they want to go. Use more than just your ears. Sometimes don't even, I shouldn't say that. You're going to be listening to the words that they say, but listen to the tone, listen to how they say it, listen to where they light up, where they get light, and maybe where there is heaviness in their voice. Why do that? Because it's going to make you a better listener, and it's going to make you better at sharing your message and knowing what areas you want to emphasize. So we're not going to do any critiquing. We're not going to give even any feedback. If you're already done, if you let's probably do 2 minutes and then switch. Austin and Selena, if you guys can be timekeepers for that, just let them go. Or when you feel like, okay, they've shared, just rotate to the next person. And again, on this one, we're not asking for feedback. This is just an opportunity to be able to share. This is sacred space. So any questions before we jump into our breakout rooms? So there'll be 3 rooms. Most of you will have 3. One of you will have 2. It's going to be randomly assigned. You do need to go in and accept that room that you're assigned to. So there'll be something that pops up. You don't need to manually leave the room. I'll bring you back and you'll get like a 60-second warning before you come back into the main room. So there's nothing you need to do to exit the room. If you're done, you can then, if you, and for the group that has 2, you'll have a little bit extra time. One of you could say, hey, I'm going to try that again, do round 2, or you can ask some clarifying questions there. So yep, accept the deal. That'll send you to the room and automatically it'll come back. Matt, are you in a place where you can unmute? I know we had a little bit of internet challenges earlier. Is everybody else? I think everybody else is pretty good on the internet. So let's go ahead and send you off to your rooms and we'll see you back here in. So let's see if that's 3 minutes each. Basically, we'll see you back here at 3 after. No, it'd be 10:53 somewhere, but I'll give you a warning before we come back. Okay. All right, here we go. So it should be something popping up there. Just hit join that room and I think Austin, now I forgot who's going where. Which one are you going to, Austin?
I don't know. I haven't seen anything yet.
Okay, so you'll have to manually go and join. Do you see that
Okay.
option?
So it looks like room 3 is where I need to be then.
Okay,
I think
sounds
maybe.
good.
Yep,
So,
here we go.
and Selena's in 1, I'll be in 2. Sounds good. Okay, thanks. Okay, did everybody make it back?
In one
There-
piece.
We're making it back. All right. All right. How'd that go? One thumbs up, two thumbs up. It's kind of a fun exercise, huh? It's kind of a fun thing. So I was blessed to be with the two people that I butcher their names the most.
That's what you get.
I know. Jenna, which I tend to call her Gina, and Cesar, who I always call Caesar. But we're great. It was awesome to be with these guys. One thing that I invited them to do, and I'll invite everybody else to do that, is to write down what are the top 2 or 3 emotions that you felt when you shared that vision, when you were vocalizing it, what came up for you. So go ahead and write that down. What are the top 2 or 3 emotions that came up? Okay. And then the next thing I'm going to invite you to do, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your current level of certainty that this will happen? 10 being it's already happened. 1 being like, there is no way. Okay. What's your 1 to 10, rate it? What's your level of certainty or faith or assurance that it's going to happen? Okay. Everybody got those? All right. We got a range there. This is awesome. Okay. Okay, I would love to hear from somebody who was able to share their vision. Why don't we do this? This is not choosing favorites, but Selena, Austin, and I will pick somebody from each of our groups. You don't have to give any justification for why. Just, I think Selena, you had group 1. Who would you like to have share from your group?
What are we having them share?
If they would share their story, their vision story. So just pick somebody that stood out to you in your group and ask them to, we'll invite them to share.
I guess we'll have a Matt share.
All right, Matt, you good to share with the group
Sure.
your story? All right, let's hear it.
Well, and under I just kind of listed the items by one on the left side and wrote a small description. Spiritual, deep trust in God, mental, healthy boundaries, financial, comfortable living, physical, strong and healthy, emotional, healthy sense of self, social, strong network of friends.
Love it. Okay, what were your top emotions?
Great.
When I shared.
Yeah, from what did you feel? What did you feel as you were sharing that, either in the small group or now in the large group?
Well, I felt the first time in the small group, can we say negative emotions? I felt shame because I didn't feel like I was like it was piddly, and I hadn't
Okay.
I hadn't done very well. But now I felt this time I felt a lot more confidence and certain.
Yeah. So what do you think
Yeah.
that shame first and then it shift to confidence? So Matt, for you, what is the lesson in this? That as the first time maybe was more negative, the second time was maybe more positive. What is this teaching you?
Well, that's a problem. I said healthy sense of self on emotional. I've been through a health dip and an everything dip, and I'm coming out of it. And and I think the lesson for me is in connecting with people like we're doing here. That's what I need to do. And so I don't know if that makes sense, but I need that. This is good. This is good. It's hard, but it's good.
It's hard, but it's good.
Yeah.
And in doing the hard but good things, that what you called negative shifted to something positive.
That's correct.
Because you push through. So
That's right.
Good.
Yeah.
That help anybody else? That helped me. The other thing that I learned from Matt, thank you very much for sharing that, was that when we repeat this story, it gets more powerful. Like we can have those negative emotions, but if we continue to repeat it, what that ingrains it into us. Good. Thank you, Matt. Okay, let's see. Jenna, would you be willing to share from group 2?
Okay. Let me give a note. I just shared that in 3 years, what I tell my girls too is, we want to try to be a little better today than we were yesterday. So in 3 years overall, hopefully I'm better in all these areas, than I am now. Spiritual, growing in my relationship with Christ while sharing, serving, and encouraging others. Mental, I stole what Jared said, being a lifelong learner, find things that challenge me, continue researching and growing there. Emotional, growing more emotionally mature, and I shared that as being a mom, it has really shown weaknesses in my emotional maturity some days. Don't like to admit that, but it has. So growing there and teaching my girls that also. Physical, be in better shape, keeping up with my kids, prioritizing health. Social, continue. We have a really good group of friends, and near and far, and just hopefully that they will continue to walk with us through life, and a friend group who loves Jesus and loves our kids, and keeping our home hospitable to those we can serve, and also working at repairing and restoring fractured relationships. Financial, having a profitable ranching agriculture business, and continuing to build a strong foundation for the next generation while growing our operation.
Love it. Okay, very good. Thank you. What were your emotions, your top 3?
Gratitude and excitement for what we're trying to do, but also a lot of nervousness and anxiety and a little fear if we're going to get there and accomplish it, and what the road, how the road is gonna, how the journey is gonna happen, and what's gonna happen along the journey.
Yeah. Can anybody else relate to that? A little bit of nervousness, a little bit of fear, some intrepidation. And what's your level of certainty on the scale?
9. I'm and I think the 10 part is, you just don't, you have all these plans, like our church bulletin says for the month, it says tell God your plans and watch him laugh. So, not just like we have all these ideas, but is it, feel pretty confident about like my relationship with the things I can control is the things I can't control, that is the not reaching the number 10, because we just don't know.
Yep. Yeah. Well, that's still a pretty high level of certainty. I think of everybody that shared, yours is the highest, Janice.
Oh.
I love it. That's good.
Okay.
That's good. There's a lot of faith there. So thank you. Let's give her a big virtual round of applause. Thumbs up. Send what are the emojis that would be an applause there? I don't know. There we go. There's one.
Well, thank you.
Find that one. Oh, okay. There we go. Do that. You're welcome. Thank you. And yeah, that goes for you too, Matt. We appreciate that. Okay, Austin, who are you
I'm
gonna
going
pick
to
on? I mean,
call
invite.
on Brian.
All right. Okay, Brian, let's hear your vision story.
All right. So, as I was saying,
You
it's
need it to be flat against it, or it's just gonna loosen and fall
Oh,
off.
we'll mute you, Selena. There we go. Sorry, Brian, you're good.
no, you're good. So what I was saying is I would be grateful to bring the next generation to the forefront of our business.
Mhm.
Excuse me, sorry. The love of family, obviously. Um, and then, to just be a better man, in my business, my family, and with God, obviously. Because without him, we wouldn't be here.
Mhm.
So, that's pretty much where I'm at. And my top three emotions, obviously, is family, growing my business, and being a better man in Christ.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. We're on sacred ground here, you guys. And this is good. When you feel something, it's a confirmation that like, hey, you're on the right path. What's your level of certainty, Matt? I mean, sorry, Brian.
Um, because I'm just getting started, I'm going to say three.
Okay.
Because it's just a lot harder to try to bring the younger generation into it. Um, I was telling Austin and Margaret, my main goal is to better learn stuff for myself, so that I can teach the younger generation, whether it's my kids or the generation coming up, that no matter what, that agriculture will always be there, and
Mhm.
to provide that for the younger generation to survive and to keep us together as a nation and in God's love, and as just human beings in general.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like this is you might call mission space. There's something inside that's driving this.
So my love for ag is ridiculous, and it's always been there, but I've never really. My wife and I bought our own farm, ranch, homestead, however you want to look at it, and this has been something that we've worked our tails off for to get here, and
Mhm.
now it's our turn to give back to what God has given us. So, um, so we're just, like I said in the chat, we're just starting out, with
Mhm.
that process. So, um, I don't want to take up any more time, but that's kind of where we're
That's
at. My
yeah.
passion, and my wife's passion for the love of ag and the love of, everything that we're trying to do, and to bring the younger generation into this.
Absolutely. Well, we're honored that you're here with us and that we're able to be part of this journey. It is sacred ground that we're treading on. When we create a vision, I believe that the earth was created spiritually before it was created physically. That God didn't just go out and start throwing around the elements and say, hey, let's see what happens. He went into it with the divine design. And that's what we're asking you to do here when you create this story. This is your spiritual creation. And when we have a strong story and when we have a clear vision, the physical creation gets relatively easy. It gets easier. We still have to do the work, right? But when we can speak things into existence, when we can use our creative powers and we can tap into heaven's help to be able to combine our physical efforts with the spiritual, then miracles can happen. If the world can be created in 7 days or 7 creative periods, including a day of rest, what can we create? What could we create in 3 years? How many creative periods is that over 3 years? 156, I think, right? 52 days, 52 weeks in a year times 3. So in 3 years from now, this Tony Robbins says that we overestimate what we can do in a year. We underestimate what we can do in a decade. Is that right, Austin? I didn't get that backwards, did I? Sometimes I say that backwards. So
That's right.
So in 3 years, it's kind of that middle ground. It's 3.3 of those 3-year periods in a decade. What can we create in that time? What can we do? Yeah, thanks you guys for sharing. Did we all learn something? We all good? Better off because we're here. Better off because we heard from these brave individuals who are willing to share. Yeah, certainly I did. Okay, I've invited Lance. Lance, are you back and have in service here?
Yep, I'm in service.
Hey, thanks. Where are you at today, Lance? Are you in a combine tractor, mail truck, or
Mail truck today, right now
Okay.
anyway, until the combine goes. So we'll see if it goes or not.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, Lance is part of our one-on-one ag steward coaching. He and his wife Laura Lee have been a pleasure to work with. He also joins a mastermind group that meets the first Monday of every month. Some of you others are in this group or in that group as well. But I was wondering if you'd be willing to share the principles of how your year has shaped up and what you shared in that group Monday.
Sure. So last fall, about this time, I attended my first egg summit, and before that, it was kind of dicey. I mean, I came home 10 years prior to start the farm or to start farming with my dad, and I knew that there was no transition really happening, and I needed to do something to start that transition and to look at different ways of doing things and take ownership of that process. And as weird as it sounds, to help lead my parents along this path as well. But through that, I started down the regenerative path because the conventional model that the U.S. currently functions on for row crop farming anyway is not sustainable. It's heavily subsidized and looking at doing different things. So really, when Laura Lee and I started with Ag Steward, Jared sat us down and we started going through the why, like starting with the why. Why are we even here? Why did I move from Fargo, North Dakota as a construction manager doing all that to back to the farm? And I really couldn't see the farm that I grew up at, my dad having maybe 10, 15 years left to just hand it over to the neighbor and rent it out and be done. So we started down that path and started down the regenerative path. And there was a lot of struggle this year. I've been doing regenerative principles for about 2 years now. And this year was hard. Just because, looking at comparative yields in the county, like my yields did struggle this year. I had, I had flax that I put in for the first time this year. And a lot of people said, well, I'll just spray it with Roundup, desiccate it, and then you can come in and straight cut it. And I said, well, I don't want to do that because I'm certified Regenified this year. So I can, add value to my product and have a healthier food product. And I said, no, I'm going to swath it down. Well, I swathed it down, waited a few days, combined a little bit. It was too wet. We let it sit for another week and it rained that whole week. And it was a struggle. I asked myself, why did I do that? Why did I let it sit? But I let it go and we did combine it. And at that point I thought, if, this flax could be worthless, it could be nothing. This is a bad deal. I put a lot out on the line to grow this new crop and I don't know. So I'm heading to the elevator with a grain sample and get in there and they test it and they said, yeah, we'll take it. There's 11% dockage, but yeah, it's fine and no big deal. And I leave the elevator and I literally broke down crying because I looked at that and I thought, that's the way Christ thinks about us too. And in our endeavors, like, man, I'm not getting anywhere. It's just, I can't get anywhere. And Jesus says, it's okay. This is nothing. I got you. So if anything else, that was the Lord showing me that the extreme parameters of what this crop can take. Like, you think, oh, it's not it can't be salvaged. And he says, yes, this is just a learning opportunity. You're going to be stronger because of it. So part of that is like, instead of saying, I don't know, I give up, what did we do right? What did we do wrong? And move forward. And I explained in the mastermind the other day is, when we look at something and it's getting us down and we start to develop negative thought patterns, and we have a choice. We can sit and spiral, we can downward spiral in that thought pattern, or we can intercept and say, stop. This is a lie that is coming from the pit of hell. What is the truth? And we go back and we look at what Jesus has done for us, and we fill that lie with truth, and we speak it out loud so the devil doesn't have that foothold on us any longer. And when you have a negative thought pattern, you change the story, because that perception that rests in our mind, that story can either support us or it can tear us down. So the faster that you change your story, the faster you're going to recover and be able to move forward. And it could be, some people sit in that story for months, years, decades, or you can sit in that story for a couple moments and say, how does this resonate with me, this story? I don't like it. Get another story. How does this resonate with me? It's better. Okay, would you like a better one? Yep. Okay, how does that one? I like that one. Then move forward with that story. If we can sit with a negative story in our mind for decades, we can switch it to a positive one, because I'd rather sit with a positive story for decades than a negative one. So I've learned to take the small wins and to be humble in that situation. The other thing, the last one that was brought up, is the pressures of the situation in our country with farming and ranching, with agriculture as a whole. And I'm a private pilot, and I was told a long time ago, when we have pressures in this world, how does a plane take off? It takes off into the wind. The only way that it can take off successfully in a shorter amount of time is with resistance and air pressure. So think about that as you encounter trials and tribulations, difficulties. That allows the Lord gives us those things to be able to soar, just like that plane that takes off into the wind. The greater the wind that it takes off into, the faster it's going to rise. So those are some things, and I appreciate Egg Stewart for guiding us. And there's times where I was wondering, it's like, as a row crop farmer, can this be helpful? Well, I will say that it's not just about, I could hire a consultant that works specifically with row crops, but it's between the ears that needed work. It's not, there's compaction in my ground, but the compaction between our ears sometimes is a lot more than in the ground. So Jared helped break some of that up, and I'm thankful for it.
It's been an honor. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. We appreciate it. It's really been an honor to work with you and your wife and see how things have grown and progressed. And just for context, you guys probably all know, but there's really nobody that's making money row crop farming this year unless you have some type of certification or organic, right, Lance?
Yeah, it's pretty tough, and that's why this spring I signed up with Certified Regenified. I was working a little bit with Understanding Ag, and I sent soil samples to Gabe Brown, and he's like, "You got to get certified. This soil, you're in a place where you can capitalize on that advantage." And it's not easy, because when you have a specialty crop or crops, they tell you when. So like my flax, I was ready to combine before the rain, and I call and they say, well, we don't got any room. Well, I didn't have any storage at the time because I was trying to juggle soybeans wheat and cereal rye. So I had to make some quick decisions on the fly and just let it set. And did I lose a little bit? Yeah, it cost me some money, a certain percentage of the crop, but I was able to sell it. And that's something Joel Saladin talks about too, is just because you think you have a premium product, sometimes you have to just let it go or use it as a marketing opportunity and be flexible and put our thinking caps on. And that's where, I think the process, the model has been such that we just continue the same thing every year and just kind of roll along instead of saying, let's stop this model. What is a better model? Just like that paradigm I talked about earlier, what does a better model look like? And have that vision like we just did, but then also start putting some numbers down and making some phone calls and talking to some buyers. And one of the things the other day, you were talking, Jared, about like steak bites or making like, some samples of your beef, because your sensory, like you can talk about it all day and somebody takes a bite and they're like, yep, I'm sold. It's good. You don't have to say anything. So I thought about that and I'm like, I told my wife, I said, Laura Lee, she loves baking. She loves it. And I'm like, why are we not grinding up some of this flour wheat that we just harvested? And I said, why don't you just bake some cookies out of it or do something with it, and let's take it to some buyers. I'll take a sample of wheat. Here's the wheat. You can test it for whatever you want to test it for, falling numbers, vomitoxin, you name it. Or I can do both. I can give them a sample of wheat and some cookies and say, hey, this flour was used out of my field. Taste the advantage. And let them decide for themselves. So those are little things that, as a row crop farmer, it's easy for row crop farmers and ranchers to be, I don't do that and they don't do us. And it's like, well, what can we learn from each other? To be collaborative, to work together and say, hey, that principle, I can apply the same thing in my operation. And it could be, rancher to rancher, there's different things that we're all doing. So.
Yeah, so cool. Well, thank you, Lance. We appreciate that. Give Lance a big virtual round of applause here. We when he shared that, I thought, that is just really a testimonial of a lot of good things there. So appreciate that, Lance. Thanks for taking time to share.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Well, hopefully you guys have learned something here so far. Some takeaways, and I know that we have. I know that I have, because of what you have shared. I've also felt some things, also received some insights. And this class, while we have a format, it very much, I've learned to just let it somewhat evolve where it needs to go. And so Lance and Austin and I went over the format and I shared it with him, and I think we've deviated a little bit so far, but the bottom line is just like that steward's journey that we're on. It's going to take some dips and some curves, but we'll end up at the right destination, and we're not going to try to force it. So we're going to go for about 40 minutes more, and then we're going to take a lunch break. I know one of you have, I think Cesar has a scheduled with Austin at that time. And so we'll probably do like 45 minutes for lunch. I've got enough time to be able to teach this principle and share this. And then when we come back from lunch, Selena and I are going to do a section together. So I like to take screenshots and paste them into some type of a Google Doc or something when I'm in a class. If that helps you, you can also just obviously take a picture with your phone and remember it that way. Okay, so here's what we've talked about so far with our vision. We've determined, okay, where's our destination? We're getting more clarity on where our starting position is also. When we dive into people's numbers later this afternoon or tomorrow morning, that will add some additional clarity and kind of a pin in the map of where we're starting from. This would be a good one to screenshot. This is basically the format for the 2 days. Clarify vision, mission, and values. We're going to work on relationships in the people aspect, because all problems are people problems. The profitability framework, what that means to actually be profitable, how we measure profitability. The fun stuff, the soil regeneration, livestock health, that's got to be a point on there. But it's interesting that I've never consulted with somebody where this is the weak link. Like where we determine that, hey, your production is just in the toilet and this needs to be the focus. It's one of the ancillary pieces that we work on. It's the fun part of what we do, but we're really good producers. And I know Lance is going through that trough right now. And just to think about that, Lance, that principle, Fred Provenza talked about that years and years ago, that when we start off on a journey, we have a level of production, and almost always it's going to dip a little bit before it comes back. Remember that's one of a tried and true principle. It does not mean that you're failing. It probably is an indicator that, hey, you're on the right track and things are just working themselves out and adjusting. The fifth principle is develop the stewardship mindset. That's kind of been key in everything that we're doing here. We're going to touch on the legacy and succession planning and systems, and then integrating rest and fun and the creativity, that 7th day of the creative period, and how important that is. So there we go. That's the basic outline. We've started with why. We've created the vision. This is a book by Simon Sinek, and Lance referenced that also. Really diving deep, asking why. A really cool exercise you can do. This is bonus. Sometimes we do it as a class. We're not going to this time. But ask why 7 times. Why do I want to be a regenerative farmer? Because I want to heal the soil. Why do you want to heal the soil? Because I want my children to have a place to be able to come and live. Why do you want your children to be able to come and live here? Keep going 7, 8, 9 times. Generally, you will reach. And I think for Brian, you probably got there today. We're usually down around that 7th or 8th. There will be kind of a pop in our emotions. It'll go from our head to our heart, and that will be our why. That'll be the thing that gets us through that trough and the darkness. The story is part of that. I think you've tapped into part of that. If you're finding that, hey, that story is not enough to compel me to get up and do the hard work, do the 7 levels deep why exercise, and that'll be another good one. When talk about vision, years ago we had a vacant field behind the bunkhouse at our ranch in Clover Valley, which is where we spend the winters. And during COVID, we thought, we are going to be okay. We're not going to starve to death, but we really would like to be more self-reliant. And we would like to grow more of our own food. So I called up William DeMille, and some of you may know William. He's spoken on some of our events. And I said, hey, would you consult? We want to build this Wallapini, it's called, this in-the-ground greenhouse, similar to a grow hole. And he said, sure, I'll consult with you. And then he said, well, why don't I come and build it for you? He had been working as a massage therapist and had been doing some other classes. And of course, he was living in urban Utah. And he said, I want to get out again and back to ranching and agriculture. And so he came and he built this. I helped some. I did quite a bit of the welding. William did all the dirt work and laid the rocks in. So this is a southern oriented greenhouse, meaning this big exposure here on the left is oriented towards the south here in our northern hemisphere. That allows for maximum sunlight. And then the rocks were our idea to be able to capture some of the thermal mass. And those rocks heat up during the winter. This is actually in the winter, is probably February, somewhere in there, February or March. And you can see how much growing is actually happening there. So not to go into the ins and outs and the fun stuff of the greenhouse and growing, but it started with the vision, the spiritual creation, reaching out gathering the resources, and then we dove into the physical creation. It all started with the vision, and as it says and then this is more of, it continues to evolve each year. We have more growing spaces now, and a worm bin in here, and so it just continues to produce more and more food each year. In Proverbs, it says, without vision, the people perish. And why do they perish? Because they get stuck in that darkness, wandering in circles. They lose sight of their vision, and all of us are going to go there. Vision is the thing that is the most powerful tool to be able to pull us through that. All right. And then this is what it looks like from the outside. Sorry, I should share that in full screen. Let me just back up if anybody wants to look. So there's what it looked like about a year in, or maybe that might have been our second growing season, actually. This is what it looked like about a year ago, and William's done some continued improvements to it. And then this is what it looks like from the outside. Again, that just used to be a vacant field, and now it's just a beautiful place to be able to grow things. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what your mission is. A mission, if we're using this point A to point B analogy, or our vision is where we want to be, the mission is the road to get there. So let's take a second and let's write this out. Here's your prompts. We help, that should be an I in there. Let me see. That's supposed to say provide. I'm a homeschooler, so sometimes, and dyslexic. So I can read it as provide. You guys, that's what it's supposed to say. We help or provide blank to blank so that they can blank. Okay, a lot of blankety blanks. What does that look like? With these prompts, fill in these blanks. We help or we provide. So for Ag Steward, we help family-owned farms and ranches to be highly profitable and create legacy businesses so that they can regenerate the land and prepare the earth for the second coming of our Savior. That's my deep mission of why we do what we do. So let's take a couple minutes, and I'll leave this up for you guys and use that prompt and fill in the blanks. This is going to, whether you're doing, even if you're in a job, it's still, you can have a mission for that. But if you're selling a product, if you're offering a service, this is where it comes in. Okay, any questions on that? Don't overthink it, just fill in the blanks. We help. That would be, you put in marketing terms, your avatar. Who are the people that you help? Might niche it down a little bit. 2, we help families to have access to clean, healthy beef so that they can live abundant lives. Let's Wes and Leanne, do you want to share what you guys have so far? Let's see where you're at and see how the mission is shaping up for you guys.
Still working on it here. A little bit slow.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. What have you got so far? Who are the people that you're called to help?
Sorry, I had to run off a bit there to deal
Yeah.
with some business stuff. So I'm kind of at the tail end of it.
Okay.
But
No, you're
was
good.
it just filling in
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So Leanne, who of all the people in the world, who are the people that you feel called to help or serve?
Like
Oh.
business from a business standpoint?
Yeah.
Or-
Hmm.
yeah. Well, I guess I think of our direct meat sale business. So
Hmm.
obviously families that are looking for some healthier options but aren't able to grow it themselves.
Okay.
Is-
Cool. So families that are looking for healthy options, and then what do you provide for them, or what will this meat, your clean, healthy meat, do for them? So we help families to
Well,
could-
Your lifestyle.
just healthier overall. I mean, a clean diet is obviously linked to your health. So
okay.
sorry,
So that
I'm neurotic here.
this is really good. So that would probably go down here, so they can be healthier overall. So it could be something like we provide clean, healthy meat to families to, or help me out here, Selena, if you're a,
Yeah. So we provide clean, healthy meats to families that don't have access to it for growing it themselves, so that they can live a healthier lives, at least in the food side of
okay.
it.
Yeah, sorry, I was confusing these two earlier. So if that confused you guys, that's because I was confused.
Oh,
So
that's
this
good.
this would be the what. So we help, or we provide what your product or service is, to who the people are that you are serving, so that they can get the result that you desire them to have. So let me clarify that. I should probably put that in there. This is the what, this is the who, and this is the desired result.
Yeah.
Is that helpful? So
Yeah.
massage that a little bit. The wording is it's important, and certainly, I mean, you can post your mission statements on your website, but the most important thing is being united within your business around that. So is this Wes and Leanne, is this helpful? Or how will this help you in business? Having a clear and concise mission statement.
Well, it kind of just keeps a person accountable to, I mean, our aim is quality product. So, and we just want to be consistent and transparent with our customers, and that, something like this keeps you accountable and keeps you, it's just kind of there as a reminder to keep working at it.
Yeah. Good. Thank you guys for sharing. Appreciate you letting us put you on the spot there and walk through this. Margaret, what are your thoughts? Would you be willing to share what you have as draft for your mission?
Okay, I had to unmute, sorry. I wrote that I provide healthy grass-fed beef and eggs to my community so they can improve their health.
Okay. All right. Is there anybody specifically in your community? And that's perfect. That is perfect. Anybody specific in your community that you feel a connection with, that you think is like a specific demographic that you feel like you can best serve?
Well, it's not a very big town. I guess I've helped my coworkers and friends.
Mhm.
That's where I started with stuff. That's where I sell most of my eggs anyway.
Okay. Yeah. And would these people be mostly larger families, single moms, stay at home? Well, the coworkers are not
No,
stay
yeah,
at home.
coworkers. No, just I mean, there's some people that have families. There's some people that like my kids are grown up and out of the house or whatever.
Okay.
Everyone's at different stages. It seems.
Yeah. So the community aspect is the important piece on the who to you.
Right. And then I've advertised beef on our community Facebook page and met some people that way.
Nice. Good. Okay. All right. Very good. So that's the mission. Thank you. Let's give these guys a big round of applause wherever our emojis are here. I lose it when I share my screen here. Okay. Yeah, good job, you guys. Thank you for sharing that.
I think that's something that's helpful with this is that it really keeps, I like what was it Leon that shared, the accountable in the sense that we are good at producing, and so we go out and we do our thing, we produce that thing, and sometimes we kind of get so focused on production that we move away from the why we're doing that. Why are we producing that thing? And I think that's essentially why production agriculture is where it is at now. And so really fine tuning a little bit, like saying so they can be healthier. Maybe go a step further and like, why do you want the community to be healthy? Like how is that going to benefit society? In what way is it going to increase the quality of the world around you or them? How is it going to improve their world? Just the more we can fine tune our why, it keeps us going. It keeps us going through the hard times, but I think it also keeps us aware of when things are out of balance, or we're kind of getting drug off into oh, this is going to be more profitable, but we're going to lose our quality or whatever. It keeps us in integrity. And so those are just some thoughts, but.
Yeah. Very good. Sharing that message. Okay, very good. That ties right in with what our next principle is. Thank you, Selena, for sharing that. One of the ways that we make sure that we stay on this path towards where we're going is we come up with our values. So in this analogy, if the vision is the destination and the mission is the road that we choose to stay on to get to that destination, the values I consider to be the guardrails. They're the things that keep us from chasing every shiny object and not only, driving off a cliff, but maybe taking a wrong road that doesn't really get us to our destination. So again, let's just take like 90 seconds and write down your however many values you can write down in that amount of time. Values could be things like, integrity, honesty. You can list those as values, but some people say, well, that's just a given. If you're in business, you better be integrous and you better be honest. What is more important is what is your definition of integrity, and do you align with that with your team? The values, the core values for Ag Steward are faith, family, freedom, and stewardship. We put God first. We do things that support the family and not divide the family. And we're focused on stewardship and being better stewards each day. Does that mean we do it perfectly? No, but we're checking ourselves against those values. So 90 seconds, ready, and write down as many values as you can related to business, which are probably going to coincide with your personal as well. Okay. All right. Very good. Let's wrap that one up. Let's, Matt, would you be willing to share your values with the group? What did you come up with? Oh, sorry, go ahead and unmute again. I was trying to force unmute you, but.
Yeah, sure. I wrote down values, transparency, integrity, stewardship, God and people first, like the relationships and that first, providing material things second. So that's kind of idealistic, but yeah.
Yeah. Is it a problem to be idealistic?
No, I think it's good to have our goals set high.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, those sound like they're very grounded values. And, okay. How will you know if you're out of alignment? This could be a question for anybody, but how do you know if you're out of alignment with your values?
Probably if you get frustrated and have internal conflict going on will probably be an indicator of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I like what she said, both of those, the internal conflict. There's a tendency, and I know that this is huge for me, to do the expedient over the long-term hard. Take short-term gains for a long-term loss. Values help me to check that so that I don't give in to that tendency, the easier way, which the hard way over time is easier. The easy way over time is harder. So yeah, thank you, Matt, for sharing. Appreciate you doing that. Give Matt a big round of applause. We gotta keep this energy up here. So very good. Okay, so the next piece here is the vehicle. If we're using this roadmap, the vehicle is a business. That's how we choose to be able to move us from point A to point B. And that's why you're here. That's why you're here. At some level, you're either in the beginning phases or down the road in the building and phasing things out, growth phase of business. Okay, so any questions on vision, mission, values? So far, is this clear? Is this going to help and serve you? Is this landing? Is this the when we work with our clients, it is it's interesting to see how many really haven't done this work. And even though, they've been to maybe some of the schools and maybe they went to the Ranching for Profit school and they did it right when they got home, but then it's tucked away in a drawer and it's stale. And a vision, it needs to have life breathed into it often. And the way that we do that is to take it out and read it. So your story is the beginning aspects of a vision for your business. It's probably going to incorporate some personal things in there, and that's great. Our mission statement, if we're consistently reading that and revisiting our vision, mission, and values, I don't know what the statistics would be, but it's of an exponentially higher likelihood that we're going to arrive at our vision rather than if we just hope and just say, I'm just going to pray. I'm just going to do all the things that I need to do, but I don't need to do that work. I'm just going to go and do the work outside versus the internal work versus the in the office work. And so I think that it's not the only thing that sets the highly successful people apart. There's certainly the skill set that comes along with it, and there are the relationships that we're going to talk about and those pieces. But you know, if you consider that the statistics are that less than 2% of people actually set goals, and that the majority of the wealth in the world is owned by a very small percentage. Is there a correlation in that? The fact that some people actually do this work and then they create lasting wealth, generational wealth? I think there is. So we get to do these things wherein we tap into some of the attributes of a creator, and we get to co-create with God. And in so doing, then that puts us in a position to better do all the things that we want to do outside in the physical things. So as we get ready to wrap up this morning and go to our lunch break here, which might be a mid-afternoon break, depending on where you guys are at, really think about what it's going to take to make this vision a reality. And so I'll share a couple things that I see that help me. One of them is reading it often. The other one is having some sort of accountability. Just like Lance mentioned, you know, that's one of the first things that we started with him and Laura Lee was coming up with your vision and your why. And if you know that, hey, there's somebody that's going to be asking you about this every time we meet and checking in with you, then it provides that reminder and that need to, hey, I need to walk the walk, and not just set this in a drawer and set it aside. And that was a fun exercise. And oh yeah, it was pretty inspiring. When we work with our clients one-on-one, we go through a vision creation process with the key team members. And that's something that's, you know, worth the price of tuition of one of our coaching programs in and of itself. And oftentimes I've thought, you know, if you sign up to work with us for a quarter or a year, and this is the only thing you walk away with, I think it's worth the price that you've paid, as long as you implement it. And that's where we fall short, is the implementation. And so that's why we build out a longer term coaching program where there is the accountability to make sure that those steps are being implemented. So, Selena, do you have any thoughts as we wrap up this morning here, and maybe give a sneak peek into what we're going to be talking about on the health side this afternoon?
I think. My other device was going to die. So I think that the only thing that I would share, just how powerful writing down your story is. I listened to a guru once, it's kind of in the self-development world, but he told a story about, you know, he went to this conference and they had him do this thing and write down all the things that they wanted to have happen in, you know, the next 10 years or whatever. I don't remember the exact details. And he was like, okay, you know, I'll do that. And so he wrote things down, but he didn't really believe in it. And it wasn't something that he necessarily, you know, consciously gave attention to or reviewed often or whatever. Went on about his life and did those things. And I don't know if they had arranged it so that it would be sent to them at a later date, or if he came across it later on in his notes or whatever. But anyway, you know, quite a few years later, he finds this list that he had written down, and it was, he's like, well, you know, curious to read through this and see, you know, did any of this stuff really happen? And I think it was a rather large list. I think it, you know, was upwards of like 100 things or something. And he went through, and like every one of those things had happened, had come into his life or had happened in his life. And it was just a testimony to me. We hear it often that, you know, a goal's not a goal unless you write it down. But so just the power of writing these things down is really powerful, and just don't discount that exercise. And then as you add to it, you continue to focus on it and put energy towards it, it really is going to grow and manifest as long as we aren't doubting, essentially. So.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good. Thank you, Selena. Appreciate that. Doubt kills goals. It kills our vision. It kills our momentum. And so how do we deal with that doubt when it does come up? Not if it comes up, but when it comes up. How do we deal with the fear? Emotions are meant to be felt and they're meant to be used. They're not meant to be avoided. They're not meant to be shoved down, and they're not meant to be hid. And you think, well, man, I don't ever want to feel angry. Well, if you never felt angry, could you really ever feel happy? Or what would be the opposite of angry? Joy. If you didn't feel sad, could you feel joy? God created us, I believe, to be able to go through that range of emotions. And so the reason that I tapped into that a little bit earlier when we talked about what are those driving emotions for your vision, some of you had some that you labeled as positive, some of you had some that label as negative. I don't necessarily label them because even things that could be labeled as negative, such as anger, if it's channeled in the right direction to be able to create something and not destroy something, then is that a positive thing? Sometimes you got to go and get it out. And so with our kids, or sometimes our coaching clients, or myself, we talked about this in our last mastermind call, that it's good to go to the field and just be able to express and share. And sometimes that looks like a rant. And sometimes people would think, man, that guy's really angry, but you're getting it out. Sometimes when you're digging post holes, that's a good place. Things build up, and that needs to be channeled in a certain direction. What we were conditioned, and I've seen this, from my well-meaning, saintly parents. My mom is no longer with us on this side in mortality, but she very much is with us. And my dad is 91 years old and still very active. But we kind of had the conception in our home or the perception in our home that, like, you just need to get along. Like, you don't raise your voice, you don't get angry. And so it was hard when you felt those things, because it was like you were condemned. And I think that, maybe we should rejoice in some of these kids and some of these big kids that act out, and say, hey, great, you can feel something. Now let's help you channel that into something that's creative, not into something that's destructive. So, where did that come from? Your idea of doubt and how that kills our vision. I think that was worth just pointing out. God wants our vision to live. The adversary, Satan, the devil, whatever you want to call him, he doesn't want it to live. He wants us to forget about it. He wants us to stay stuck, wants us to stay wandering in darkness. And he certainly wants us to feel isolated and alone. So if it's biblical that without vision people perish, then we know that we need to have a vision to be able to thrive, to do the opposite of perishing, and that this is an important process. So we've set the stage here this morning to be able to really dive in this afternoon and do some work. Not that we haven't done work this morning, but this is the mindset piece. This is the foundation for everything that we're going to do from here on out. And it's worth taking a whole morning to do this. It's worth taking multiple days to do this. And sometimes we do with our coaching clients. It's multiple sessions to be able to come with some real clarity around what their vision, mission, and values are. And then comes the implementation. So what are we going to talk about this afternoon, Selena, first thing when we come back?
So it'd be talking, about the health principles and identifying where we're at and what some next steps would be.
Okay. So remember our wheel there, that the physical side was that one spoke, or that one piece of the wheel was a physical. And I'm finding that more and more, and ourselves included, Selena and I are not immune from that, that there are some health challenges that sabotage our ability to be able to live out our vision and our mission and stay within our values. So we're going to address that, and we're going to put some, hopefully some, give you some resources and some ideas of things. Even if you are healthy, I don't know if we really know what real health looks like, what real vitality looks like, because we've been eating food that's devitalized. We're living in somewhat of a toxic world, and so we need to, I think, no matter where we're at on the spectrum, from death being on one to, a level 10 or level 100 thriving on the other side, I believe there's always room for improvement. And because it is something that I've seen that comes up almost without fail at some level with our clients that we work with, and and in our own families, we felt like it is worth addressing. So we're going to dive into the health side as soon as we get back from lunch. So 45 minutes, we're going to take a working lunch. You can keep Zoom on. Be sure to, if you do need to log off, go outside, get some sunlight, get some vitamin D, and then jump back in here at 45 after the hour. So we will see you guys. Go ahead and put in the chat whatever time that is. Somebody help Brian out. What time is that going to be for you, Brian? Did I get it right? 2:45. So it's 12:45.
2:45 will be, well, in Colorado it's 1:45. In Kansas it'll be 2:45. So.
Okay. All right, you got it. So 12:45 Pacific time, be back here. 1:45 for Margaret, and basically in 45 minutes from now. Thanks, you guys. This has been an awesome morning. It's a pleasure to be able to help and serve you. I appreciate your commitment to being here, and am mindful that you guys come wanting some answers, and that's our commitment, is to help you on that journey. I think everybody, is there anybody who had challenges or was not able to get booked with Austin? I think everybody who's on has a call booked, right? Let me see. Matt,
I don't have Matt booked yet.
Okay, Matt. Matt, one of the things that we do here is to provide a strategy call with Austin. And did we get you the link to be able to do that, Matt? We'll work with Matt. Everybody else, if you want to jump out for lunch, you can do that.
I think I still need his survey too, Jared.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Matt, are you in the process of getting your survey done?
I thought it got done. I mean, yeah, I did.
Okay, maybe just log back in there and see if you've got it open on a browser, if you didn't hit the last
That
next
may be.
or submit or something.
That may be. It was kind of hiccuping on, I didn't answer one question or something.
Oh, okay.
But then I thought it went, so I'm not sure. Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, so it looks like Austin has, you've got,
let's see.
You're completely booked for today, right, Austin? But you've got something.
I've got one more slot. It'll technically be after you come back from lunch, but there's one more slot open today. And then I've got a couple tomorrow morning and a couple tomorrow after the class.
Okay. All right. Yep, that works. So we'll let you work through that, Matt. And then I know, Austin, you got to jump off. You've got a call right now, right? So we'll, or no, you've got a little bit of time. If you want to help Matt get a time booked, we'll do that. And I'm going to go
Okay.
refresh
Yeah,
my
what do you-
water cup.
What do you have available, Austin?
I've got 1 Pacific today, or tomorrow I've got a 7:45, 8:30, 4:45, and 5:30.
Probably one of the ones tomorrow afternoon would be the best for me.
Okay.
And are we
So we'll go with
talking
the 4:45 Pacific.
Pacific? Yeah, that'd be 2:45. That'd be 2:45 Central.
6:45 Central. We'll be 2
6:45.
hours behind or
Sure.
ahead, or however all lines
But-
up. We're later.
Yes. That'd be great. That'd
Okay.
be great.
And what's your phone number, Matt?
417-321-3248.
Where are you?
Nevada.
Son of a buck, you're a half hour south of me.
Yep, that's right.
We
We're
are
neighbors.
That's awesome.
That is.
Well, I got
That
you down for
is.
tomorrow then.
All right, sounds good. So you'll just give me a call.
I'll shoot you a text with a link to a Zoom meeting.
Okay. Okay, sure. All right, sounds good. This first question here on this survey, I can't figure out what it wants.
Let me see here.
It says it has my email address there, and then it has a little cloud with a check mark, but then underneath it has a red indicates required question. But that's just throughout the.
What are you trying to figure out?
I'll just go through it. I'll just go through it and see. I probably missed something. So,
Okay.
and then submit it.
Sounds good.
All right. I appreciate it. Catch
You
you
bet.
later.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started back up here in a couple minutes. Let us know what you had for lunch. Go ahead and put it in the chat. Nice. Some pizza? Was it homemade pizza?
I'm not quite that lucky.
Oh, okay. It's all good. It's all good. I had water and sunlight. Cheeseburger, chips, and guacamole. Man, that sounds really good,
Just
Margaret.
throw some grass in and be like a grazing cow.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I got sunlight, pin cleaning, and pizza rolls for lunch.
What? Sorry, I missed. I got the sunlight. What were the other pieces?
I said pizza rolls and
Okay.
a little bit of pin cleaning.
Okay. Good for you. Right on. Well, you guys can see kids coming in and by. So we're actually in the same house, just in separate rooms. So keep a couple of closed doors in between us so we don't get feedback here. All right. All right. Making some soup. Sounds good. Some chicken and potatoes from last night. Very good. Yeah, it's middle of the afternoon for you guys up there, huh? Wes and Leanne. Very well. Welcome back, everyone. It's good to learn. It's great to be reminded. Is there anybody who has a share that they would like something they'd like to share? Either a takeaway, an epiphany, a breakthrough that they experienced this morning? Anything come to mind for any of you? Like to open it up. For me, this has been an incredible journey. This is now the 8th workshop, 2-day workshop that we've done. And each one is very unique and distinct, and largely based on what's going on in the world at the time, but mostly based on the participants and what your needs are, what your desires are, your goals and your vision, and just how God inspires us to show up for you. So, I'm looking over. I appreciate you guys completing those surveys. That is really valuable for us to know, for Austin and me to know how best to help and craft our messages and adopt and adapt things. So thank you for taking time to do that. Of course, it is confidential. I don't know that there's anything that's have to worry about. I appreciate you, sharing your financials. This is not a judgment of one person against another. It's just being able to say, hey, where are you at right now as far as income? And then in your vision, I always encourage our clients to have an income goal of where they want to be in 3 to 5 years, specifically 3 years that we talked about today. And so we're going to dive in this afternoon. Selena and I are going to co-teach this section, largely Selena. And we're going to discuss some of the principles of health, the ways in which we can best steward our physical bodies. I didn't share this with you, Selena, and I won't share any names, but let me just list out some of the things that you guys mentioned that you were dealing with as far as physical diseases. Let me scroll over here. So from a cross section of United States and Canada, here are some of the things that we're dealing with: cancer, depression, anxiety, heart disease, autism, chronic fatigue, Alzheimer's, dementia, depression, depression, 1, 2, 3, 4. Pretty large anxiety, 1, 2, 3, 4. Lyme's disease. Interesting. I too have dealt with Lyme's disease. The doctors thought that I was making it up. They said, you don't get Lyme's disease in the desert of Nevada. And the chiropractor insisted that I did. So maybe I'll share that story with you later. Bottom line, we have some physical challenges which are unique. Do you guys think that our predecessors are, sorry, that would be ancestors 100 years ago, would they have listed these things? What are your thoughts? The life expectancy was shorter, but I wonder if the quality of life was better 100 years ago. My grandfather was born in 1900. He died at age 96, and he did have Alzheimer's and, some definite memory loss in the last probably 5 years. And that's really the only time that Selena knew him, was when he would repeat the same stories and ask the same questions over and over again. So certainly he did not have a complete life free from health challenges. But yeah, I've asked that question a lot. What would it look like? Everybody that answered had something. So why is that? We know from Dr. Zach Bush and the studies that he's done that we can link back to the way our food is grown, that food prior the Green Revolution, the Industrial Revolution, the mindset of plant fence row to fence row, get big, get out, post World War II, the implementation of big machinery and synthetic fertilizers and chemicals and herbicides, that food was a lot more nutritious then. That somewhere, the studies show that one bowl of spinach had the same nutrient value as 11 bowls of spinach now. So that's one aspect to it. We also live in a world that has a lot of pollutants in it and things that are harmful that maybe our ancestors didn't have to deal with. That's another aspect to it. I think we've always had emotions, and certainly there's a need to be able to learn to manage that. I wonder if in the modern age that we have, where we're not getting out and we're not getting the sunlight and having the ability to be able to do hard physical labor, if that makes it worse. Maybe not. Maybe it was just that people didn't know about depression, or they wouldn't have said it. They wouldn't have had the courage to say it, because, we know many people who have been prominent leaders: Thomas Jefferson, Meriwether Lewis from Lewis and Clark. In their journals, they talk about having the blues and having depression. And so it's not new to our era. Is it more prevalent? I think it is. And there's reasons. There's definitely reasons why. Bottom line, what do we do? And how do we live out our missions, be good stewards over these physical bodies that God's given us, and be in a position to have the strength and energy and mental capacity to steward the land and the livestock and our families with the conditions that we have, and is health and vitality really possible? So those are some of the questions that we have. Selena is going to be joining me on this, and she has paid the price to become a health expert. She has been on an incredible journey, and I'll let her tell that story. We've been on it together. So we'll dive in. So Selena, where do you want to begin?
Okay, well, we're grateful for the people that are on here. We've seen some familiar faces, and it's warms our heart, I guess, to see some of the same people coming back and sharing in this again. And we're just really grateful for you guys and the journey that you've committed to be on. So first of all, I just kind of want to start out. I've got 3 categories and that I want to kind of cover, but I want to know where you guys feel like you struggle the most. So you did the survey and said what some of your health challenges were, but within that realm of health, I have 3 key principles of health that we're going to be talking about today. And the first one is how we fuel our body. So what fuel are we putting in our bodies? I'm sure many of you, and Jared also can attest to what happens when you put the wrong fuel in a diesel tractor. But we do the same with our bodies every day. We're often putting the wrong fuel in our bodies. And so is that your struggle? If that is your struggle, you could put 1 in the chat. Number 2 is rest and recovery. Now, this is kind of going back to the work-life balance. Are we just going faster than we are able? Are we never taking time to rejuvenate, to regenerate, essentially? And we'll talk about what that looks like. But is that your struggle? So if that's your struggle, put number 2 in the chat. And then the last one is our environment. There's many things that are within our control, and there's a lot of things that are not within our control. So if it's things that chemical exposure or mold exposure or what's in your water, and there's a lot of things that are in our environment that ideally we would like to control, but many times we can't. And so is that what your struggle is? If that's your struggle, then please put 3 in the chat, because that's the third category that we're going to be talking about. So I see.
So to run through those again real quick, Selena, it was nutrition, environment. What were they again?
So, and then the work-life balance.
Okay, so nutrition, environment, and work-life balance. The 1, 2, or 3.
So
Can it be a combination of all of them?
we could get in the nitty-gritty. I just kind of, what's the first thing that comes to mind? What do you feel like you struggle with the most for your health?
Okay, nutrition, environment, or
2,
work-life
3,
balance.
1. Okay, so we're kind of covering all of them. So that's good. That's I think for most of us, it is definitely a combination of a lot of them.
Okay, I meant to do the work-life balance.
Okay.
I don't know if that was a 2 or not.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I have it in my notes as rest and recovery, but that's kind of what we're referring to, that work-life balance. That's amazing that you recognize it, because I think that's often the one that we don't acknowledge. We are very consumed. Our time is very ate up by all kinds of different things. And we think that's just how life is supposed to be. And we rarely recognize that as being something that is pulling us down in our health. So that's awesome that you recognize that. It's really good. So we're going to jump in. I'll share my story a little bit. When Jen and I were first married, I just kind of ran the gamut of emotions, just really low lows and then some highs. And when I learned about depression, it was shortly after we were married, and my aunt, she had struggled severely with depression as well. And so she was able to help us identify it. And oftentimes that is the biggest challenge, is identifying it and putting a face or name to what is happening. And no, at the time, so I think for most of us today, that's pretty common that we can identify that that's something we're dealing with. That wasn't the case in those days. And so we started down the journey of looking for solutions. And of course, we referred to counselors, and we were referred to medications and some holistic, because I'm more on the holistic side. alternative medicine type thing, herbs and so forth. We looked at those, and some of them were helpful, and we found answers in some cases. Just not necessarily answers, I guess, but some reprieve. But there was a lot of things that I wasn't willing to look at because we were growing our family. I was having children, so I was either pregnant or nursing or recovering. So I didn't want to go as many of the routes that I may have otherwise. And so we continued forward. I actually felt better when I was pregnant mentally. And I don't know, I guess more hormones imbalance or something. But when our third child was born, he was ended up being hospitalized due to an accident. And then when we got home, they said they hadn't given him any antibiotics, but both of us ended up with thrush because I was nursing. So thrush is like a overgrowth. The yeast infection is another term, or candida also is another term. And so nursing was very painful, and he was only 3 or 4 months old. And so I was not willing to stop nursing, but it was extremely painful. And so I called my midwife. I was like, what do we do? Is there any solutions? And she's like, well, you need to cut out all sugars. And I'd grown up with the idea that, sugar isn't great for you. And my mom used it very little. And so it wasn't something that was foreign to me to try to cut that out. But she was like, no, not just, refined sugar, but all sugars, including fruits, because of the sugar that is in that. And it's feeding this candida, this overgrowth. So candida is the bacteria that is when it gets out of balance with all the other bacteria, and it wreaks all kind of havoc on our bodies. And most of us are probably dealing with it in one form or another. There's many symptoms to a candida overgrowth. But I was very motivated, and pain will encourage you in ways that you didn't think were possible. And I, did not think that I could ever really cut out sugar, but this was definitely motivating. So I started on that journey, and I didn't know how long it was going to take initially, but within 30 days, and 30 days of doing anything is probably the hardest part. You go through your withdrawal symptoms and just a change of habit, a change of thinking, and all the emotions that come with that. So after 30 days, I started to notice not only that I had the thrush cleared up, but also mentally and emotionally, I was feeling, a lot more level, and wasn't having the extreme lows like I had been having. And so I figured there was something to this, and I started to just dig. And those days it wasn't as easy to dig. You could do some research on the internet, but it was minimal. And so I was gathering all the cookbooks I could on, not using sugars, and how to cook whole foods and get away from processed foods completely. And just a huge rabbit hole that I went down. And we hear about it a lot now, but it was an epiphany then that what is happening in our gut is what is affecting our mental health. And it was a huge realization that it all connected. So one of the books that really helped me a lot was Potatoes, Not Prozac. And it's written quite a while ago, but there is an updated version as well. And the stories in there were just amazing. She had run some clinics to help with alcoholics recovery. And it was very disheartening because only not even 30% of the people that went through the recovery would stay off of alcohol. And this is true of all of the rehabilitation centers throughout the United States. There just was not a high percentage that actually stayed off of alcohol. And so she started doing research and digging, and she realized how much of that was connected to a sugar addiction versus an alcohol addiction. So in her practices, she started incorporating whole foods and helping them to eat whole grains, and eating the skins on the potatoes, and just all of those things, not doing any sugars, and changing their eating habits, as well as staying away from the alcohol. And so when it came time for them to go on about their lives, her success rate, or their success rate of staying off alcohol, was over 90%. That was a huge jump. And so to me, it was a testament of how many of us have sugar addictions. And I think one of the reasons, that Jared brought up, that we don't necessarily hear so much about depression. I mean, there were times when people did not have access to sugar, and the foods that they did have access to were very high in nutrients. And so I think there was a huge shift in our society lately that has really affected the bacteria in our guts, essentially. And we know that glyphosate is affecting that, and all the processed foods. And the food companies are designing their foods, their processed foods, by putting addictive substances in their foods. And I mean, that sounds extremist, but MSG is a flavoring, and it was created specifically to make you have to go have more. And we find that in almost everything. It's very hard to find any processed foods that don't have MSG in it. Some other terms, since MSG is kind of like, oh, we've got to change this. Other terms of like natural flavors even sounds natural. But again, it's these substances they're putting in there to keep us going back for that same thing over and over again. So just some things that to be aware of. I think it's really helpful when you have knowledge about what is happening, then it gives you power to be able to, look at the candy bar and say, do I really want to eat this? What's the cost? And there's a book also that really helped me on my journey. It was Sugar Blues. And it talks about the history of sugar and how it ended up in our society and the causes. And one of the things that mentioned in there is that it shuts 1 gram of sugar, excuse me, will shut down our immune system for an hour. And everybody gets sick this time of year, right? But we're going to all of these parties, eating the sugar, and we're around people. And so it's very natural that our immune systems are not working at their highest. It disrupts the biology in our gut. And I just think it's fascinating how it's so much like the soils. You guys are regenerative agriculturists, I'm assuming, because you're here. That, to have that microbiology working right in the soils, it has to have what it needs. It has to have, the air, and, compaction kills it. So the tilling destroys the colonies, and the pesticides and herbicides and all those things that mess up that ecology. And we're doing the same thing with our gut bacteria. So it's extremely important that we are nourishing that gut bacteria. And in our American culture, we are one of the few societies that does not use a probiotic type food regularly. So it's becoming more and more popular, like, yogurt and kombucha and kefir, and we hear these names, and they are a probiotic product, but many of them are a fermented product. Many of them have added sugars. And so it's kind of not really giving you the benefit. But in most healthy cultures, they have a fermented product that is extremely high in all these beneficial bacteria that we need for our gut health. And they're using it on a daily basis. Sauerkraut, Genghis Khan was known to have conquered, the world in his mind, at least his part of the world. And he did it with sauerkraut, and I think it was either camel's milk that was curdled, the yogurt essentially, either camel's milk or mare's milk. I don't remember which one. But anyway, because he could just go and go and go and not have to worry about hunting for food or packing a bunch of food, because this fermented cabbage, sauerkraut, would just keep and keep forever, and they could just keep going distances that nobody else can go. So anyway, all of that to say how important it is that we have our gut biology healthy. And that is the foundation, really the foundation for health. There's a lot of things that come with trying to create that healthy situation. Cravings is huge. And like we were talking about, the addictive substances. So there are some things that I've found that really help with cravings. And so I'll share those, a few of those with you. So drinking water, it's been said that we're not really sure if it's the medications or the vitamins or things that people are taking that is helping them with their to feel better, or if it's the water that they're drinking to take those vitamins and those medications. And so I definitely believe in supplements and helping yourself as much as possible. I don't necessarily believe in medications, but some cases it's necessary. But water is definitely important. So drinking water, increasing, if you can get up to, like 80 ounces a day of water, it's amazing how much better we feel. Lots of days I'll just be like, why am I struggling so much today? And I'll be like, you know what? I think I have only had 1 glass of water, or maybe I completely forgot to drink water that morning. And so it's really the first thing to think about when you're struggling is to drink water. Another thing, and I tried to train Jared on this over the years. I think he's getting better. Would you say you're getting better, Jared? But he'll go to the fridge and I say, first go drink some water and then see if you really need to go to the fridge or for the snack. And so then another one is to have good quality fats. And I imagine that you guys are all over this one. We haven't bought into the idea that animal fats are bad. So I imagine that's why many of you are here, because you believe that. So, but sometimes we don't really conscientiously or focusedly get enough of those good fats. And so if you're struggling with cravings and you're feeling like you have to be looking for a snack all the time, make sure that when you're eating your meal that you are really getting in some good fats, whether it's avocados, a few nuts, adding in olive oil wherever you can, adding butter wherever you can, things like that. And it can be overdone, but I think it's kind of hard to do because we became so fat scared over the last decades. Another thing is to, especially in the wintertime when we don't have a lot of the fresh produce that we're used to in the summer, and we're not maybe eating as many salads and stuff. And so in the wintertime, there's a reason why God made it so that greens grow well in colder temperatures, because it's a power punch of a bunch of nutrients, so we get, chard and spinach and kale. All those leafy greens are going to help you so much. If I am not doing leafy greens in the wintertime, the whole, what do you call it, cabin fever, depression type stuff sets in. And so I really have to focus on those leafy greens. And that will help a lot with your cravings too, because as it's been said many times, that we are not hungry. How's it go, Jared? We are not hungry for food. We are hungry for nutrients. I don't remember.
Yeah,
There's a
we're nutrient deprived. So we're overfed and undernourished, basically.
There's your wonderful statement. Yeah. So we really have to be focusing on those nutrients. Another thing is to make sure that you're getting good carbs, like maybe a sweet potato with lots of butter on it. You don't want to eat your carbs without some protein or some good fats. So because that'll kind of exasperate your cravings. But if you are making sure you're getting good fats on some good carbs, not French fries fried in hydrogenated oil. That's the other huge thing with processed foods. Sugar's at my top, but I can't really separate them. The hydrogenated oils, vegetable oils, any vegetable oil really is destroying our systems, because our bodies just weren't meant to absorb them and to handle them. And so it becomes a toxin that our body's trying to store somewhere, and it's wreaking havoc on everything, our hormones and all of that, just like any toxin does. So, do you guys have any questions about any of this so far, or concerns, things that you struggle with specifically? Because there's lots of different things that I maybe could address. No.
Yeah, I think you're on a good track. That's just a really good overview. So there's some belief that you need to eat right, like eat right for your blood type, things like that. What are your thoughts around that, Selena? and specifically like with the work that Dr. Weston A. Price has done when it comes to nutrition, and how do we eat in sync with nature? How do we eat in sync with our environment? And our own physiological makeup. And maybe let me start with that question first. Does my body's nutrition look different than your body's?
Well, I think there are key principles. And Jared mentioned that I'm a health expert, and that is absolutely not true. I don't like the word expert for one. I've had my experiences and I can share those.
I think you've paid the 10,000 hour. You passed the 10,000 hour rule long ago. That one.
So there's kind of some principles. There's always underlying principles in everything. One of the things, principles I've kind of been made aware of over the last 5 years has really helped me to think about things differently is how much effort did it take to create the food that you're eating? And so let's say maple syrup, for example. I think maple syrup has numerous amounts of benefits. But how much of the maple syrup should we be eating? So if you think about, the trees and how long it takes them to grow, and then you tap them and you get all this liquid, and then you have to cook it down for so long, so there's a large process that goes into giving you this nutrient dense maple syrup. Versus, right now in the greenhouse, we have just greens just growing on their own, essentially, in many places and prolifically, and they're just everywhere. And it didn't take much effort besides putting some seeds and water out. And within, a week, you've got a bunch of greens that you can eat. So how many greens should I be eating versus how much maple syrup or how much honey? So that's one principle that has just really kind of struck me and stayed with me. And I don't know if it's like across the board true, especially in your climate. So that's another thing to think out. Where do you live? If I feel like if we lived on the equator, that maybe the not eating beef people would be right. I mean, we would have everything at our fingertips, all of the beans and all the nutrient dense foods that are available to us year round. And we would have sunlight and all of those things that really help us, and we'd have access to avocados and nuts and just all this amazing things that we need for every part of our nutrients. But we don't. Most of us don't live on the equator. And so that's why I believe that God gave us beef, right? So that he has this animal that can go out and utilize all this forage that we can't necessarily, and turn it into a nutrient-dense product that we can eat. So I think it's a lot, again, on context. Like all holistic management, we have to go back to our context. But also, yeah, your environment, again, if you're in a very toxic environment, the leafy greens are going to help you detox. And they're going to be essential for detoxing. Carbs, it's just a tricky thing. Some people's metabolism is really high and working really well, and they need a lot of carbs. My son right now is running, 5 miles a day, and he needs a lot of carbs. If I ate as many carbs as he does, it wouldn't be serving me very well, because I'm not burning that off like he is. And so, how much movement you're getting. And so that kind of moves us into the next one. If you guys have any questions about the health, or I want to talk more about the food side, we can definitely do that. But I want to go into the second one.
There's one question. We could pause here for just a second. Brian, you might want to add some context for your question. How do we apply the nutritional priest with our hunger for God as well?
Yeah, so how does that apply? Because technically, how we feed our bodies is how we feed our temple, as they say. So how do we associate that in thinking, in the mentality of how are we cleansing our temple at the same time we're cleansing our body?
I love that, Brian. Thank you for sharing that. I think that really helps us to be accountable, and to just think of it on a different level. Like, which it's not an if, but our bodies are this amazing gift and this amazing temple that God is giving us. And if we're thinking about that, what really would we put into that body? A lot of us don't know better. And so we just continually doing the same thing, or, the quick thing, or we're just trying to get through the day. And so it's a process of learning what we should be putting into that body, and what really works. I mean, we're told so many different narratives all the time of what is the best thing, what is the best diet, what's program is the best for us. So it takes time, and it's also again coming to the second point of rest and recovery, of just being very patient with ourselves and giving ourselves time enough to research this and to understand where we're at, to take the time to go find out, am I anemic? I've been anemic all these years and I knew I struggled with energy, but I didn't have a lot of the other symptoms that come with anemia. And I was like, oh, it's just part of being a mom and not sleeping well and hormones and all of these things. So, but I never had the blood work done because I just didn't think it was necessary. Well, recently we've been working with a health coach, and they're like, hey, let's get this blood work done so we know we're not just shooting in the dark. We know where we need to be targeting, what we need to be focused on, what supplements are going to be the most helpful to have you feeling well right now so that you can keep working towards, full health. And my iron was extremely, extremely low. And I was worried about my daughter because I knew she was anemic, and we had her tested, and hers was low. Well, mine was lower than hers. And we would have never known that if we hadn't have taken the time, paused our busyness, and gone and had that testing done, gotten the health coach, gotten the help that we needed. So part of this rest and recovery is really pulling back and asking ourselves, where do we need to be spending our time? And there are 3 enemies to time. And so they're the 3 C's of enemies of time: caffeine, cortisol, and the calendar. So I feel like that our world is kind of just driven, self-medicated off caffeine, and maybe this isn't an issue for you guys, and that's amazing. I know it is for a lot of people, and it's just this false sense that we can just keep going and going and going, and we don't need to stop. We don't need to pull back. We don't need to address, how and own up to how are we utilizing our time, because we have this false stimulation. And there's many controversies on whether caffeine is beneficial or not beneficial, but there's a lot that is showing, how it is not working well with our bodies in many cases. And so it gets us through the moment, but over time and over the years, we're going to pay the price. Cortisol, I'm sure most of you have heard of cortisol and know that it's the stress hormone, where most of us here worked with animals, and we know that stress is very challenging in livestock, and that it leads to illness and sickness and death. But we continually raise our cortisol levels in so many ways. And so this rest and recovery piece, work-life balance, is pulling back and saying, where do I need to pull back and look at how I can nurture myself, how I can fill up my cup so that I can pour out again. How can I decrease the stress? And so my sister-in-law, was quite a few years ago, and she had 10 kids, and just busy mom, and they lived on a dairy, and milking morning and night, never took a vacation. And I'm sure many of you know what that feels like. And I remember, I was thinking, well, she's not that old, but her hair is just very thin and, looks like she's quite aged. And I was just kind of noticing that as this young mother, I was a new mom trying to figure these things out and asking myself all these questions. So then it was, probably 15 or so years later. And we'd obviously seen each other a little bit over the years, but we were at a family reunion, and I noticed that her hair, she just had this full head of hair, and I thought that would have gotten worse over time, rather better. So I asked her about it, and she says, I I thought she'd say some health thing that she'd done or some big change in her life, but she said, I increased my faith in Jesus Christ. And that is probably the biggest thing that we can do about cortisol, is to work on increasing our faith, to hand the burden over, and that we're not carrying all the worry and the doubt and the fear and the trying to control everything. So that's my I guess prescription for cortisol, is to increase our faith. And there's obviously other things we can do, but that rest and recovery piece, a big part of that, it's exercising. And I think this is where movement comes in as well. That, rest and recovery isn't just sitting on the couch and not doing anything. It's doing things that nurture yourself, that build your physical ability to withstand all that's coming at you. And part of that is movement. We have to have movement. And I imagine all of you guys are very active. I mean, on a ranch, it's kind of hard not to be pretty active. But if not, and that's the piece that you need to look at, know that it is a really important piece to be getting some type of movement each day, strength training and increasing our heart rate, and doing those things are going to help us. So then the last C, the enemy, is calendar. And so we touched on this a little bit, but again, just looking at your calendar and knowing what you need to say no to. And, if Jared wants to share about, I forget names, but he's learned from this guy who he takes off like a third of the year. I mean, he makes sure that he has those rest days a third of the year, and how that helps him to be able to come back with a fresh set of eyes, new ideas, things that he hadn't have thought of before, and create businesses and create wealth and increase relationships and all of those things. And you want to explain a little more about that principle, Jared?
Yeah, so Selena's talking about Dan Sullivan, and last year I was in the Strategic Coach. It's a coaching program. I practice what I preach, and I hire coaches, and so for a year I spent with Strategic Coach, who was founded by Dan Sullivan. And so the principle is free days, focus days, and buffer days. So free days, focus days, buffer days. Plan out your free days. And what Selena referred to was that he and his wife, at the beginning of each year or each period, they're planning out about 150 free days. Now, for him, a free day is a 24-hour period where you don't check your work email. And he even goes to the level of saying, I'm not going to read business books, which he's super passionate about, or listen to business podcasts. It is going to be a day that is free, intended for recovery. And tomorrow we're going to talk about how important that is when it comes to ecology, that rest and recovery period. But yet we don't see it in ourselves as the stewards, how essential that is. And so, excuse me, 150 days might seem impossible. That's a lot. That's basically not quite a little more than a third of a calendar year, right? Is that right? Hopefully, let's start at the minimum of saying 1 in 7 days that we take a Sabbath. And ideally, that's on Sunday. I know that for some of us, our work may not allow that. But structure things in such a way so that there is one day each week where you can just set aside not only the physical work, but also, and I think equally as important, is the mental work that we do. That came to me one time when I was traveling to church, and I was thinking about all the things that I needed to do. And I think God put it on my heart and mind that you're not fully keeping the Sabbath, Jared, because you're working mentally, even though you're not out in the field laboring or, at home paying bills or doing things that are more clear work. Now, I'm not saying we don't feed our cattle and do those things, but I'm grateful that Selena and I have been in alignment with that, because I can literally count on, it's now 2 hands but I think it's like 7 times in our 29 years of marriage where the ox has legitimately been in the mire, and I've not been able to go to church and take at least the majority of the day off on the Sabbath. And there's room for improvement. So start there, 1 in 7 days, and then we'll talk more about the focus and the buffer days later on. But the free day principle, that is so important for our recovery of our physical health, our emotional health, our mental health, and I think it rekindles our relationships as well.
So yeah, kind of going back to the rest and recovery again, like Jared was saying, taking time off of work mentally also doesn't necessarily mean we take time off mentally. Like we can be utilizing that to learn different things, maybe read a biography or learn more, dive more into the spiritual aspects and kind of target our learning in a different direction versus just the work aspects that we normally do. But I think having a little bit of time centered on that each day spiritually is a great way to start off the day. And there's many gurus out there, especially in the entrepreneurial world, who have those. Some of them call it meditation, some of it called it their morning routine, or prayer, study time, journaling. So there's all different things, but those who are really successful with their businesses have that time daily in the morning, and it's something that is just like clockwork for them. That's what they get up and that's what they do, and that's how they prepare their mind to be able to handle what's coming that day. So it's definitely a good habit to work towards. So how much time are we going on this, Jared?
We probably got another 15 minutes, or take the time that you need, and then we'll be sure and save some time for question and answers as well. If there's people who have specific questions, I mean, we're not here to diagnose or prescribe. We can share our journey, and Selena has and kind of seem not endless list, but a long list of resources of people and opportunities to connect you with on your health journey. So if there's something specific that you feel like, hey, I want to explore this a little bit, we can dive into that, and then certainly open for questions, even one-on-one, if it's after the event.
Okay, so the third one that we talked about was our environment. And so just like with regenerative agriculture, we want to be working with nature, not fighting against it. And it seems counterintuitive, or how do we really apply that in our homes? So something that we recently have been learning a lot about is mold. So we've been on this journey, I even changed Halloween. We quit calling it Halloween. We called it Nevada Day because we live in Nevada, and it actually was Nevada Day, October 31st. And I wanted to get away from the sugar and was really, trying to implement the things that I learned. And so I was like, I'm not going to go do the whole sugar thing, especially after reading the Sugar Blues book. And anyway, that whole thing. So I was wanting to just really pull back from that environment. So we started doing a Nevada Day celebration, and we call it a harvest party. And so I would make all these natural treats using natural whole foods and honey, syrup, stevia. Those are some of the sweeteners that we use. And so we were really concentrated on this for a long time, and we still are. I mean, you won't find refined sugar in my home, but we definitely are maybe not as strict like when we go places and things, because it was feeling very frustrating. Like, we're doing all of these things, we're eating very healthy, we're exercising was something that we incorporated regularly with our family. And I was just like, why are we still get sick so often? And why do some of our children deal with allergies? And why can't, why did I start putting on weight? And I know the whole menopause thing and all of that, but it just, all the research I was doing and looking for answers and trying this and trying that, And so then when it came down to it, we realized that mold was a huge culprit in our home. And we knew that in one sense, but we didn't recognize how much it affected us. And as we've torn to our homes and asked questions and did tests, we even had a mold dog come in and it can tell you where the mold is. They've been trained for that. And that was just fascinating, also discouraging to find out how much mold. I mean, we live in older homes. It's not too surprising. But as we were working with these health coaches, we realized how much that is affecting our health. And some people are more sensitive than others. And we're realizing that some of us are sensitive, but I think it's affecting all of us in just different ways. And so your environment does really matter. You need to know what toxins you're being exposed to. And there's answers, there's solutions. We're using some binders. So there's one product called Bind, and that's exactly what it is. It has like your
Activated charcoal and
the clay
montmorillonite and different clays and
that has quite a few different binders so that it can bind up different toxins. So rather than just focusing on one binder, you need multiple. So just things like that we're learning. Though we're getting the mold out of our homes, we also need to be getting it out of our bodies. And so the detoxing in the right way with the right tools and the people to help you is an essential part of healing if your environment has been compromised. Some people, depending on where they live, heavy metal is a huge one. Vaccinations, amalgam, what are those fillings called? Amalgam fillings is
mercury
of the heavy metal toxins. So it's really important to not ignore that part. It was something that we were just oblivious to for all these years and frustrated because we were doing all of these things and trying to be really healthy. Another thing is looking at endocrine disruptors. So our hormones are our different glands that produce all the hormones are trying to talk to each other. And then there's these disruptors that get in our way. And those are toxins that come from things like air fresheners, the fragrances that are practically everywhere in everything. What you're washing your clothes with, seems like, oh, well, it's getting the clothes clean and it smells great. We don't realize that the fragrance in there is disrupting these the hormones from working, and then we're frustrated because we're gaining weight and we don't feel good and we're moody or whatever it may be. So we need to be aware of that as well and getting more of those toxins out of our home. Even drinking out of plastic bottles, or they're finding more and more that those what do they call them, eternal plastics that don't ever leave our body.
Microplastics.
So and that's another place to be aware of the environment and what's happening around you and controlling what you can. But then, again, going back to putting it in God's hands and taking the next step that He's given you. A lot of people look at me and because I used to share a lot on social media and different things, and they would be like, oh, she's so perfect and she does all these things and she homeschools her kids and doesn't do sugar, and they kind of put me on this pedestal. But it took consistency over many, many years. And that's one thing that I can attest to, is that if I have been able to progress a little bit faster than maybe others, is because I have been committed to consistency and have compromised as little as possible. There's sometimes when we just have to, we're someplace and there's not an option about what we eat. And so we just eat whatever. But the more you cannot compromise, the faster you're going to move forward. The faster you're going to incorporate new habits and new skills that you need to be able to get away from the toxins, and to have the whole foods, the healthy foods, and not eat out as much and all of those different things. So to me, that's a huge step, as the more we can be integrity with ourselves and not compromise. It's really important.
Love it.
So yeah, we can take some questions, and do you want to share the PDF with them, the email of different sources and so forth.
Yes. Yeah, tell them a little bit about what that is, the PDF, and
There's a list of books and as well as, resources. There's also a few PDFs I put together of my recipes that we've created over the years, because we like to eat good food. Most agriculturists do, right? Food is important to us, and so we raise good food and we like to eat good food. And so we decided to figure out how to make that food healthy. There's tons of recipes online these days. And it's not as big a deal as it used to be when you could hardly find any cookbooks or any recipes, but it's definitely changed. I love the movement that it's changed.
so yeah, just
I can share that with you. And then if you have other questions or looking for other resources, we can also point you in other directions. So Matt was saying that he has a history of mold illness, still working on clearing that. So one of the things that has helped us is it's working with a health coach and doing the testing periodically, even every 6 months to know which molds are present and if it's changing. So if your binders are actually working and doing what they need to, or if you need to have a different binder. We also, you have to have the methylation that like opens the cells and allows things to come out, and then the binders can come and grab them. Because a lot of times we'll be taking the binders, but there's nothing to bind up because the body has it all locked away. And so then there's these other supplements that will help open those cells up and get the toxins released, and then the binders can come in and grab them. So that may be something to talk to a practitioner about if you haven't already.
yeah. So where do we find that, the binder specifically?
So
That
bind
protocol?
is there's a product called Bind that you can get off of Amazon. And just depending on your situation, it may be enough. I talked to one family not too long ago, and they had a huge problem, and she was extremely sensitive, and they removed carpet and mattresses and just everything out of their home, replaced all of that, and the only product that they took was the Bind, and it made a difference. For us, we've had to go a little deeper. We're working through, we started with the Pumpa program and got connected with some health coaches, and now we're working with those specific health coaches on, they use, what's the name of the supplement company? You talked a little bit about it recently.
Yeah, you might have one of the kids go grab one of the bottles. I remember the name of the company. I just
Systemic formulas.
appreciated that they source their products from regenerative farms. They can have a patented mycelium product that goes in, or a component that goes into a lot of their products. And so anyway, Dr. Pompa and some of the others within his team are kind of pioneering that. There's lots of there are cellular solutions. There's lots of good products out there. There's lots of stuff that aren't so great either. And that's why it was really helpful to have a health coach for us. And I kind of drug my feet on it a little bit, thinking, well, I'm just going to ride the shirt tails of my family. And like Selena said, once the pain gets high enough, then you're motivated to make a change. And so it was part pain and part purpose for me, realizing, man, I am not showing up for my clients the way that I need to, and I'm not having the cognitive function and energy that I would like. And I too went through Lyme's disease, and so that was a big part of that, and hadn't been able to fully heal since. So having the coaches that help us, who live in this world day and night, and they can walk through intuitively. We may know, hey, we need something else, and that's what's neat. They'll say, what is it that you need? And then they can help us source a good source of vitamin D. One of the things most recently that I've started on was zeolites, which is a naturally mined mineral, a different form of a clay, but it has been really helpful so that when I go through those detox days, I don't crash as hard, meaning get as irritable. Don't have to spend as much time in the bathroom. It's a little more practical, but it also is, it just kind of evens things out a little bit. So anyway, probably more information than y'all needed, but it's so empowering to know. And I express that in my coaching calls with our coaches. They always start off, what are your wins? And I said, knowing where we're at health wise, that is a huge win. Even though Selena's found out she's low on iron, it's like, great, now we know. And knowing that I needed to adjust the detox program, it's like, good, now we know we're not just shooting in the dark anymore.
Do you mind if I just ask you, the coach Selena was talking about, or
Yeah.
who go through that program? I know it's probably all in the US, so it'll be whatever. But I'm interested in knowing.
Yeah, they
don't mind.
definitely can. They definitely reach across borders. So,
Yeah, it's mostly online. Well, everything. Like I haven't went to them in person because of the testing we're able to do. The Pampa program is where we started, and that was where we met our health coaches, and then they kind of broke off. So there's Amanda Joy Life is her website. And that's who we're working with now. I feel like it's a little more targeted and we can move a little faster. But the Pampa program is amazing. If you have the financial means, they're just tons of resources, videos and whole library that they've put together. And so, yeah, but Amanda at Joy Life, I'll have to put that.
yeah, you
find it in the
throw it in the chat.
but she is just an amazing person to work with.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Thank you for asking, Leanne. And to the question about the cost, that held us back for quite a while. And we did have to kind of ease into it, where we addressed some of our children's health initially. Daughter who was serving a service mission, and others who had more immediate needs. And so it's kind of evolved to where then both of my daughters and then Selena, or me and then Selena, went through the program. So it seems, I don't know what to compare it to, but yeah, that it is an expense, but there's also a huge expense in not being healthy. And so I'm a big believer in, if it's the right thing for you to do, that God will open up the way so that it will be possible. Does it require sacrifice and a lot of faith? It absolutely does. So, Cesar, what's your question?
What are your favorite or recommended ways to reduce cortisol without like meditation or L-theanine, or like if you already got rid of caffeine or heavily reduced your caffeine intake, what are your recommendations? Or if there's like certain types of foods that could help maybe with stress or lowering cortisol.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that it's a real circus. It feels like when you dive into that. But one of the things, so kind of the principle is that your cortisol spikes at a certain time of day. And then from there on, it's just downhill. Like your body's just utilizing. You're not going to get another spike of cortisol. So so it's not that cortisol is bad. It's just we want it to happen at the right time. And so some of the things that really help with that, like you want to have that cortisol happening rush in the morning when you wake up and you want to feel energy and ready to go for the day. And so some habits that will really help with that is to shut your phones off, any screens off, at least an hour before bedtime. And that'll help that cortisol start to come down, the melatonin to come up, and like it's time to sleep. And then in the morning, before screens or preferably before artificial light. That doesn't necessarily happen in our day and age, but in the morning before you start on your phone or computer or anything is to get half an hour of daylight. I would say sunlight, but we haven't had a lot of sunlight. We've had a lot of clouds lately. And so we try to get that daylight on our face for at least 30 minutes before we start our day. So I'm usually awake before daylight happens, but as soon as it happens, I try to get out there and to get that daylight, or at least have it, coming through my window and not turn on my light. So those two habits are really helpful to start to adjust those circadian rhythms so that cortisol is spiking when you want it to. Another thing, sometimes if we're on diets and we're trying to heal and eat a certain way and do these things, we're not getting enough carbs to sustain us through the night. And so our bodies are, this cortisol spiking, telling us to wake up because it's hungry. It's like, you need to go feed yourself. And so to try to, whatever healthy carbs or carbs that you're doing, to try to do those at night, your last meal of the day, so that you're more sustained and your body's not spiking cortisol and trying to wake you up, telling you to eat. So those are a few habits that will really help.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
There we go. Good question, sis. Or that was been really helpful to me to learn that. Talk a little bit about, I think there's two other things, and we'll wrap up with this, that I have questions about that I think would be helpful for this group. Building more on sleep. Selena, what are the ways, because we know that sleep is so important for our body to be able to recover, rejuvenate, regenerate. And if we're not getting that deep sleep, we're not really healing. How do we, well, first of all, just put in the chat, does anybody else suffer from sleep?
Sleep deprivation.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't suffer from sleep.
Just put a me or something in the chat if it is, or a no, and put a Y if you have sleep, some type of sleep, something that's not ideal, or an N if it's not. So Brian says, yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, those are good. We could spend days on each of these subjects, but a couple things that come to mind that you've learned, Selena, about sleep to help us.
Yeah, I think that I've shared probably the biggest ones, again, with the screen time. We're also learning recently about light, changing. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a different light bulb. You can do the LED light bulbs, but they have to be the yellow color, especially at nighttime, like getting away from any blue light. So the blue light blocker glasses are really essential. Like once it's dark and you're working on screens, you want to block that blue light, because then your body needs to be able to know that it's time to go to sleep and everything. But if we have the blue light exposure, it's too bright, and it's telling our bodies to stay awake. There's lots of other reasons too to have those blue light blocker glasses if you're going to be working on your computer after dark. And then of course shutting all screens off at least an hour before bedtime. So some other things is magnesium. Most of us are nutrient deficient in magnesium. It's a huge cause of many illnesses, is magnesium.
Leanne nailed that in the chat. Good job, Leanne.
So yeah, we need to and the problem with magnesium is having a good supplement that is actually absorbable, and it's one of those that also needs to be paired with other supplements. Otherwise it doesn't work very well, if you don't have enough calcium. And so it's really good to research it a bit to find a good supplement, or work with a practitioner. An easy way to get it in is through Epsom salts or magnesium flakes, and to soak in magnesium, because your skin absorbs it way better than trying to take it internally. It's much more absorbable through the skin. So detox baths are really helpful, and that you're detoxing as well as getting magnesium at the same time. It's awesome. and getting some of that rest and rejuvenation and so forth. So, evening time, detox bath would be huge. But yeah, somehow getting magnesium in. I think, yeah, that was other than the other ones that I mentioned, those are the other things I would say.
Yeah, sleep is critical, and so we could go on and on, but let's skip to the last subject that I wanted to address, and that's emotions. And how do our emotions affect our overall physical health? And is there a correlation there between how we feel emotionally and how we feel physically, Selena?
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting. We talk about the whole gut-brain barrier and how nutrients get, we need to have those nutrients feeding our brain and so forth. And so what we're eating really does matter. But we forget also that the gut is also where all of the emotions are processed. Also, I mean, it's got a huge job. Not only is it breaking down all of our nutrients so that we can, and all of our foods so that we can have nutrients, it's also handling all of the emotion that's coming into our lives. When people are like, oh, I feel it in my gut, or I've got butterflies in my stomach, or I'm all tied up in knots, or whatever, things like that. Like that's that emotion. And so learning how to handle emotion is going to allow our bodies to allow our gut to have better health. And that affects everything, right? Our gut health. Sometimes our kids, be like, oh, I've got a stomach ache. And I'll be like, oh, well, what did you eat? Da, da, da. And then sometimes I'll be like, oh, what are you feeling right now? And what's worrying you? And let's, pray, or let's let that go. And we'll do some energy releasing or things like that. And a lot of times that's what will clear up their stomach ache.
Yeah.
So there's so many things, just like with cancer is huge and prevalent, and we all have cancer cells within us, and the environment, what we're feeding, allows the cancer to grow or not. And a lot of times that's what we're eating. But also on top of that is the emotional trauma that we've gone through that isn't being healed, isn't being taken care of. Our false beliefs, our worry, our stress, something that happened to us that we had no control over, but all those emotions are still within us and haven't been taken care of, feeds that cancer and allows it to grow. So we have to not only be detoxing from the physical things of our environment, but also the emotional stuff as well.
Yeah. And when you say taken care of, can you give folks a couple of tools? And if you guys have something you want to share in the chat that's your go-to tool for a emotional release, go ahead and share that. But what are your go-to ones, Selena?
So deep breathing is really important and helpful. The oxygen is a cure-all, right? We all have to have oxygen. So we really need to, I kind of do more of a visualization type of deep breathing, like imagining that oxygen getting everywhere and breathing life into what is good. And that at the same time, I do a lot of visualization of light, that oxygen is light. And so usually icky things like mold and emotions and stuff that aren't healthy are growing in secretive places that aren't getting oxygen. So if we can imagine light and oxygen getting to all those places in our body, then that really helps. There's some tapping that is a huge tool that many people are finding helpful, especially for anxiety. And it's just a simple process of
Tara did that on the summit if anybody was there. But yeah, go ahead and show what process works best for you.
So it's just these different points. I don't know if you can really see, but like right in the middle of your forehead, and then below your eye, and then under your nose on your lip there, and then on your chin under your lips, and then I should know this, but I don't remember what it's called.
Solar plexus, is that?
So right there on that bone and where your ribs all come together, and then under your arm. So those are all points of release. And if you think about it, it's kind of tied to the lymphatic system also. So, and as you're doing that, you can just, you can say there's lots of different ways to do it, but probably the most simple is to just say the things that you want and just say them in a little bit different way as you tap on each of them. So you want to be able to sleep well at night. So you could say, I sleep soundly all through the night. I am getting deep healing sleep from 10 to 6. My body's circadian rhythms are working well and I'm sleeping well. And so you just kind of pick a different phrase and just keep going through each of those points. So after you do it one time, then you can kind of do the deep breathing and asking, where are you at? Does it feel like it landed? Or did you miss something? Is there negative emotions that need to be released? So Tara showed us this with doing the breathing in and out as a release. So you can release or you can solidify a belief. You can release emotion or solidify a new emotion that you want to have. Those are the things that we apply in our family.
Yeah. And I mean, I know it looks weird and we feel kind of vulnerable tapping and looking silly, but we only do the things and I only share the things that work. There's a lot of things that we've tried that maybe they work for other people, but I haven't gotten results, so I don't necessarily endorse them. But these are the things that work. My go-to are journaling is a good one. And also because I'm an auditory learner, I think it's really important for me to be able to say. And my kids always say, you're always talking to yourself, Dad. And that's how I process things. And generally, if I'm not around other people, it will be out loud. I will have that conversation and get those words out. And so those are some simple tools that help us. We hope that, that this section has been a blessing for you. And I know that.
So Jared, just one thing, you mentioned that, it looks funny, whatever. And I sound like a lot of you deal with anxiety. So a lot of times anxiety is happening in public places. And so this is something that I learned with my kids through a music class because, performance anxiety is a huge thing also. And so if you cross your arms and then you just tap like this on the outside. So if you're dealing with anxiety, just that crossing from one side of the brain to the other will get you out of the frontal cortex where you were feeling that anxiety and depression. See, Jared's having a release because he's yawning. And so it will help move you out of the frontal cortex into the more thinking part of your brain because you're crossing and the tapping also. And so this is something that you can do and you don't necessarily have to be looking weird, and you can do it anywhere, anytime that you need to kind of process and bring down that anxiety.
Yeah, that's a good one. I don't know if you've ever taught me that. I will tap on instead of going down the center line, I'll tap down my finger, start from the point of your index finger back to the base of the thumb. That one's a good one that you can do subtly as well. Okay, my bladder is telling me it's break time. So I've been following Selena's counsel and been drinking lots of water. So let's go ahead and let's take a quick break. Thank you guys for participating in this. I do pray that this has been helpful, that, I mean, even if you take away just one thing from this that will help you have better health, energy, and vitality, it is amazing at how much better you can show up for everything else you do in life. This is not unrelated to regenerative, profitable ranching. It's a very big part of it. So we're going to jump back in. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. So it's 7 after the hour. We'll reconvene here. Refresh your water and take care of business. We'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Thank you, guys. All right, make your way back here, guys. Guys and gals. Looked like Wes and Leanne had some people in the background there. Glad you guys could join us. You've probably seen our kids coming and going throughout the day here. So it's great to be involved as a family. This is a family affair. Okay. It's been really amazing to look back and reflect on where we're at, and I'm sure you guys can see that as well, that like the quote says, we can't connect the dots in the future, we can only connect them in the past. Many of the wonderful mentors that I've had, some of them are no longer with us, at least in mortality. I think they're still with us in spirit for sure, but individuals like Bud Williams and being able to have him and his wife Eunice come and visit our ranch and learn directly from him was definitely a tremendous blessing. Also, when you start down one path, just like Selena started down the health journey, and largely that was I think that was one of the catalysts for us changing in other ways as well, and starting to look at the way that we treat our bodies is reflective of how we treat animals and the soil, and how we do one thing is how we do anything is a principle. How we steward anything is how we steward everything at some level. I was thinking in particular of if you guys know Zach Bush. He's a medical doctor who started to study why is it that certain demographics and geological or geographic areas are more prone to cancer. And that led him to studying about how our food is grown, and then he discovered, the lack of nutrient density, and then also the chemical ladenness of much of the food that we consume today. So it's neat to see that this cause of regeneration is coming from different angles. And I think that we have so much in common. And rather than being adversarial, maybe with, between the ranchers and the environmentalists, or the people who are vegans and those that are pro meat, believers, non-believers, let's look for what areas do we have in common, and let's build on those. So in particular, it looks like most of you are back now from your break. Thanks for jumping back on here. One of the things that I learned from Dr. Zach Bush is a simple exercise. And so for this one, we're going to stand up. I'll move my computer here so you can see most of me. And the little guys with Wes and Leanne, you guys can do this too. This will be fun. So what we're going to do, this is the 3x3 exercise. We'll do 3 repetitions of 10. The first one is going to be just simple, taking your hands at a comfortable width and raising them up as high as you can 10 times. The next one is a jumping jack, except you're not leaving the ground with your feet. It's just touching the hands up on top, you can see, and then either in front or behind you. So touch, 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 touch. And then the last one is a series of 10 squats. Okay, you guys game for this? We good? You can do this with us, Brian, Caesar? Okay, we got you here. You can do this in your chair also. So you don't feel like you got to stand up. This can be in your chair. Squatting is a little bit harder in your chair though, okay? Okay, so first one is the lifts. So 10 of these, so just count with me to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then the jumping jacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then squats, you might have to turn so you don't hit something and put your hands out in front for balance. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you guys doing this? I trust that Matt's doing it, even though his camera's off, and West Leanne, I'm sure they are rocking it there with their kids. Okay, so if you feel like you're in a, oh, we got to do that one too. Sorry, what do you call that one, Selena? There's actually 4 of them, huh? And those are the arm raises. Okay, so everybody, last one. So you saw how Selena did it. It's just alternating. So we'll do this. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Don't worry, everybody looks just as silly as you do, so we're all good. I'm sure Austin was doing it too. All right. If you feel like you're in a slump in the afternoon and you come back from lunch and you're like, oh, I'm dragging. That's a good thing to do. It pushes blood flow, it works the lymphatic system to be able to release. And I say it takes years off your death. It gives more years to you. So thank you, Dr. Zach Bush, for that. So generally we'll do those 4 3 times over. I think you guys get the picture. And you should be breathing a little bit hard after it. It's okay. Like it's our heart is meant to be worked, not to be meant to be sedentary. All right. How are we doing so far? Everybody doing good? Is this landing with you? We're figuring out some good pieces here. I look forward to the rest of the day together, and then really gearing up for tomorrow, setting ourselves up for success so that we can hit the ground running. Again, today's going to be a lot of foundation, but these next pieces are really some practical skills that every business needs, whether you're a 1-person business or a 1,000-person plus business. So let me share my screen here and we'll dive into this. So first of all, we're going to talk about people. The most important people are those that are surrounded us right now in our homes and in our circle of influence. We want to talk about the three principles here. First of all, communication is essential. Balance energy and not time, and shared vision creates unity. And I think I build out on these. Yeah, okay. So we know that communication, I should have asked this question. Oh, you guys didn't see that, right? Put in the chat, what % of communication is verbal? Take a guess. Of 100, communication represents 100. How much of communication is the words that we say, those words that come out of our mouth? Throw it in the chat. What do we got here? 20% says Cesar. Anybody would beg to differ? We got 50%. Okay. All right. Well, studies say that it's only 7% of communication is the actual words that we use. And this is I actually studied with a body language expert who was our mentor for quite a while in our family for different things, and he was the first one to teach me this. But if you go and you study anybody on YouTube, they're going to say something very, very similar. So 7% is the words that we use. 55% is our body language, our body, our movement, our face, our arms. And in different cultures, they tend to use their gesture a lot more. In South America, when I served my mission, I learned Spanish, and part of, I think, speaking Spanish is speaking with your hands more. And it was interesting. My son, one time, he told me that, he says, you're a lot more animated when you talk to somebody in Spanish. And I never really realized that, but I think it was just the culture of being around the Latino people, they tend to be a little bit more animated, whereas in America, you know, we're maybe a little more subdued. It's okay to use gestures, use them appropriately. And it is really good to be able to learn how to at least rudimentary understand body language, because if we're only listening to the words that the people are saying, we're only getting 7% of the true meaning. 38% is our voice, our tone, our modulation, our pauses, putting the emphasis on the right syllable. Those are the things that can change the meaning of the words that we say. So I love you. I love you. So how we say it really can convey, even to children who do not understand the words that we're saying, they do understand tone, and they can see our face and they can communicate with us, even babies. We intuitively know when somebody is giving off a bad vibe. And what is that vibe? It's basically the essence of what we're talking about, this communication circle right here. So communication is essential. So practice it. Practice. Good thing is in families, like we can practice it all day. And even when we're alone, we can be asking ourselves, you know, how come when I go to talk to somebody on the phone, I fold my arms? Or how come I always have to clear my throat before I say something? We think it's a physiological thing, when maybe it's because we're not speaking up and we're not saying all the things that we need to say. And our body is telling us, hey, it's also telling the other person, it's giving them the message. They might not receive it cognitively, but I think we all know when they're like, something's just not quite right. Like they said the right things, but we might say, I got the wrong vibe, or it just doesn't feel right. It's our body sensing that what they said didn't match everything else that's going on beneath the surface. So we process words. No, we speak at, what is it, 250 words per minute, and we think it like 1,000 some odd words per minute. So there's a lot more thinking that goes on than is able to come out, and those messages come out in our body language. Improving our communication skills is really key to improving our relationships. So the next piece, balance energy, not time. There's a misconception that we need to give equal time to everything that is important to us. And that's just simply not possible. I think that causes a lot of stress. What we can do is we can say, okay, let's incorporate the free days into our mode of operating, and let's schedule those out. Let's use calendar as a tool and not be controlled by it. And when we're with our family, be with our family. And when we are with somebody, we be 100% present with them. But what do we do instead? I mean, we're trying to have a conversation. We've got notifications going on here on our phone, and we've got something going on here in the background, and our mind just gets overloaded, and our energy is divided. And the people that we are around, that we care about the most, they feel it. They feel neglected. Sometimes they act out. Sometimes there's stress and things that arise. When my dad was really a master at this, and he's just a present, very, very present person. Like when he's there, he's there. And I think that's why people have a ton of respect for my dad. Even years later, they'll tell me, oh, you're Von Sorensen's son? That man is such an amazing man. And I'll be like, how did you know him? And it'll be just some casual acquaintance, but he left such an impact on them. And I think that's largely because he knows this principle of balancing time, balancing energy, not trying to divide up time. Now there's different levels of talking about this. Again, Benjamin Hardy, I love the work that he does, and a lot of what he teaches is about this principle of time and time expansion and how we can actually, get more done with the time that we have. And I think I summarize it as this: balancing energy. And our shared vision creates unity. So it's a little cold in our office here today. Our office is on one end of the room and it's not super well insulated, so we've got the heater going. If you see me looking down, it's monitoring and turning the heater up and down. When I start to feel numb, I turn it up. Shared vision creates unity. Again, the principle, without vision, the people perish. We focus a lot on this with our coaching clients of creating a vision, and we don't just rely on AI to create it for us, even though it might say the words better than we do. The process of creating that vision is so important. The process that we go through of being able to make sure that everyone's voice and ideas are heard and documented and are a part of that vision. When my wife and I came back to the ranch, we were young, we were naive, we thought we knew everything, and we quickly found out that, we had so much ignorance. It's painful to think back on the mistakes that we made because, one, we honestly didn't know better, and two, for me, I think I thought I knew more than I knew. But as I began to learn and know, as my circle of knowledge increased, my circle of ignorance also increased. And now I know that there's a lot that I know, but I also know there's a lot more that I don't know and won't ever know in this lifetime. And so I like to leverage the knowledge of other people so that I don't have to go through life kicking against the pricks or fighting against my own ignorance, but rather leveraging the knowledge and experience that they have. So to that point, we hired a facilitator to come in and to help my mom and dad, the exiting generation, and help my wife and I create a shared vision. It was something that Selena and I felt was important, and my parents, I don't think they would have ever done it without us asking for it and suggesting it, but they certainly gave 100% to that process. And one of the statements that my mom said, which is still part of our vision statement for our business today, is that the ranch is a beautiful, welcoming place for lifelong learning. The ranch is a beautiful, welcoming place for lifelong learning. That statement is immortal now. My mother is no longer here, and even though she did not have perhaps the scope of the vision that we now have, she knew that that was important, and I'm so grateful that she was able to share that, and that the facilitator made sure and captured that and made that part of our shared vision. Now we have on the order of probably not hundreds, but close to 100 people that come through the ranch every year in some fashion, whether that's an internship, students through our colleague William DeMille's class, employees on the ranch, visitors who come and have work experience on the ranch. And it is becoming a place of lifelong learning. And vicariously through these Zoom classes, I'm able to also share our experience here on this ranch with other people throughout the world. Shared vision creates unity. So we're going to jump into the next piece of this relationship and the people side of it. This is a great book. Have any of you read this book? Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you haven't. If you haven't, put a 2 in the chat and commit to read it because it's a good one. It's a good book. There's actually, oh, Brian, you read it. Right on. Austin, very good. Wes and Leanne, cool. Okay. Well, good. You guys can teach me about it then. We can have a discussion here about who, not how. Dan Sullivan and Benjamin Hardy, I've mentioned them several times. They're the people that we've not most recently, but who we've learned from in the last year. And I've been just really impressed. So they co-authored 3 books and they call it the trilogy. This is one of them, Who Not How. The other one is Gap in the Gain, and the third is 10x is easier than 2x. They don't necessarily build on each other, but they're all principles that help us to be more effective in our roles as stewards. So the essence of this book is when we're faced with an opportunity, something that we're doing due diligence on right now is a forage finishing opportunity based on the principles that Ken Hamilton taught in the summit that he spoke at most recently, and he did another presentation a couple summits ago. My tendency is when I'm look at an opportunity, I'm like, how am I going to do that? How am I going to do that? What they're saying is, can turn this on its head and say, yes, if it needs to be done, let's ask who is best suited to do it. Maybe it's me, maybe it's somebody else. And that is the way that we truly leverage our ability to steward, is when we ask who, not how. Because if it's always how, and I'm the only one that can do it and do it well, we're limited and we can't scale. And a lot of times that it leads to stress and frustration. So who, not how. If you haven't read the book, read it and give it to most of our coaching clients because it's just a great principle. So when it comes to building the right team, whether it's a 1-person team or a 10-person team, let's build out an organizational chart. Are you guys familiar with an org chart? What that actually is? There's lots of templates online that you can go and plug and play into. We don't have one that necessarily like we are married to. The principle of this is that people need to know what they're responsible for and what the desired results are for that. So within a good way to break this up, and let's just do a little working exercise right now and pull out a piece of scratch, pull out your journals, and let's write down the different enterprises first of all within your business. So what are the we haven't really talked about this yet, but are there any questions about what an enterprise is?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, what do you mean by that? Like within the business itself? Because I mean, it's just the wife and I technically.
Yeah. Okay. So even if it's just a 2-person team, let's go ahead and let's flesh out what this is. So when it comes to an enterprise, we're thinking of it as profit centers. And we'll talk more about this on the economic model piece, but it's those things that bring in income for the business. So for example, with our ranch, we have custom grazing, and we can divide that into yearlings and cow-calf pairs. So each of those would be an enterprise. We have a cow-calf enterprise, the cattle that we own, and we have a direct-to-consumer sales or grass-fed beef enterprise. So basically, we raise them up to be able to sell either to our own marketing company or to other marketing companies. So those would be our profit centers or enterprises. So good question, Brian. Did that clear it up, Brian? Let's talk about what your business is, and maybe that will help, because I think if we get it clear for you, it'll clear up for everybody else. So I understand you're somewhat in the starting process phase, but what are the things that you're selling or planning to sell?
So the wife and I, again, like I said, we're doing the homestead, teaching people how to, use ag for their future, So we
Okay.
do plant starts. We plant the seed, we get them started, and then we sell them to people. They're non-GMO, they're heirloom seeds. So,
Okay.
they don't get fertilized, they just grow naturally. And then, we sell those to people that don't want to take the time for the gestation process and all of that. And then, also that we're trying to implement like a fruit stand, so to speak, where we have fresh produce, our
Okay.
eggs, our chickens, our vegetables, our fruits, our, everything like that for people to enjoy as well on top of, all of that. So that's kind of where where we're getting started in that process.
Okay. All right. So very good. So we can probably, we could probably make that into, it sounds like at least two enterprises, maybe three. So you've got plant starts, you've got produce, and do you lump the eggs and the produce together? Are they the similar customers for those two products?
Yeah.
Okay. So
And
we
then-
could put,
And we have dairy goats as well. So, we'll make soap and stuff and like that out of it too.
okay. All right. So more of the produce products, eggs. Okay. Okay. So those are your profit centers or your enterprises. Where later we'll talk about how to be able to work like an enterprise budget and make sure it's economically feasible. So in your instance, between you and your wife, Brian, who is responsible for the production side of the plant starts?
Myself, because I know a lot about soil and stuff like that. So a lot of that comes from, regenerating the soil from what we used the year before to, growing something different, something new, stuff like that.
Okay. All right. So you're
getting that started. Yes.
Yeah, you're responsible for the production. Who's responsible for selling and marketing?
Mainly the wife. She's really good at that stuff.
Okay. And is she responsible for both the plants and the produce? Okay, so guess what I'm getting at? We're kind of working this starting in the middle, and we're going to go up and we're going to go down. So if you put like on a sheet of paper, plant starts as your enterprise here, produce is your enterprise here, Brian is responsible at this level, but marketing would tie together. You probably can't really see that. Those two enterprises come together and you're going to have marketing up here, and you'd put your wife's name under marketing.
Okay.
So what we're thinking about is all of the things that need to happen for us to be able to take a product to market, and who's going to be responsible for those moving pieces. So does everybody else have what their enterprises are? And I probably should have told you to start at the middle of the page, but we can rough this out. And again, there's AI can spit it out for you if you want to. It can actually even scan your chicken scratches. So we've got our enterprises. Put a name under each of those enterprises. Okay. And then let's move up from there. And let's do another line above enterprises, and let's put land, and let's put livestock. Likely those enterprises are all going to fall. Well, you'll get to determine, do they fall under land or do they fall under livestock? Land could be, if you own the land, it could be capital improvements, kind of all the pieces that go into maintaining capital improvements, maintenance, buildings. And we do, I guess I don't actually know if I have a filled out one that I can share right now. Ours is a little bit outdated. So for example, under land, who's responsible for building maintenance? Put a name under that. Who's responsible for irrigation or fencing or the other things that happen on the land? Under the livestock side, you've got the production, and so we pretty much addressed that. But what are the aspects of that production, such as branding, vaccinations, weaning? So the management of the livestock, who's responsible for that? If you have a breeding herd, who is responsible for purchasing the seed stock to be able, bulls to be able to breed? Who's responsible for the replacements? And it takes a little bit to build this out, and this is going to be very rough. But the idea is that under every component, start to finish, on the operation, you're going to have a name under that. Okay, questions so far? Is this making sense? So this is not the necessarily how things are going to be done. We're starting to plug in the who. And just curious, amongst our group here, what percentage of the time does your own name show up on these different tasks? Is it more than 50%? For me, it's probably right in there, about 40% of my time. 40% of the boxes are filled with my name. Okay, let's go to the next level up, and what we're going to look at here is now the over higher level management. And so Wes is 85% Wes. Yeah, for most of us, that's, and Margaret, it's 100% your name. So if it's 100%, then why are we actually going through this? Why do you guys think? Why would it be worth our time to build out an org chart if your name is on every box? For me, it's because if I need to look at who my next strategic hire is, you got it, Margaret. I can look at I can look at it from two aspects. What am I really good at that I could train somebody else in? And what is it that it drains my energy that I would like to delegate to somebody else? And again, from Strategic Coach, they said you should go in that order. Do what you're good at. We always want to offload the things that we hate, that suck our energy. And we're like, man, just get that off my plate. But the way to leverage and to be able to free up our time most is to start with the things that we are passionate about. It doesn't mean that we can't still be involved in them, the things that we're competent at, because we're going to be able to train that person best. Okay, so the next line up, we're going to go, what is that? That would be the CFO and COO and CEO levels. So Chief Financial Officer, who's the one that's in charge of the finances? COO, the Operation Officer. Who is the one that will be reported to about how things are going when it comes to the land and the livestock? And then the executive is who is the one who's ultimately not single-handedly making the decisions, but he's going to own the decisions that are made. And then the next level up from that would be owners of this business. You know, and you may not own the land, maybe you're leasing the land, maybe you're leasing the cows, but this is your business. These are your enterprises. This is the income that you're generating. And so put in there for us right now, it would be Jared, Selena, and God. I think ultimately he's the owner. We're just the stewards. The owners of the land and the livestock may be different too, right? Within that business. Maybe your children have a partial share of the livestock, and for getting a little bit into the legacy piece, like we are working at strategies so that the land doesn't continue to pass from heir to heir and be subject to some of the threats of taxes and things that might split up the family legacy from the land standpoint. Okay, so that is a basic organizational chart. You're filling in who does what, and then we'll move into this next piece. But I just want to, yeah, you guys are getting it. Any questions on this, on the org chart? Okay. This quote from Peter Drucker: management is about doing things right. Leadership is about doing the right things. We need both management and leadership to make a business successful. If it's all just leadership, it's not really leadership. Good leaders are willing to step in and they're willing to do the work. As menial as it is, it doesn't mean that they are better than somebody else if they sit in an office and they delegate their work. We have to consider what is the opportunity cost of our time when we're out there building this beautiful fence, which will stand the test of time, and we're neglecting some of the key aspects of running a business. Management would say this is the right thing because it keeps out sheep, goats, rabbits, and everything else. Leadership would ask the question, does it need to be built to those specifications? If we are a cow-calf operation, would a single strand high tensile wire be just as sufficient, a lot more cost effective, and would that capital and time that it took to build that be better employed in a different area? That's a leadership question. Management is going to say, how do we build the very best fence? So they both have to work in unison and in harmony with each other. And I like this analogy of the bus. This is from the book Good to Great by Jim Collins. And he used the term that we have the right bus, which represents the business. We have the right driver, which represents the leaders, or the leader of the business, and then the right people, and that those people are in the right seats. So that's the bus analogy. A lot of the frustrations in business are because, one of our children wants to come back, and we just dump on them. Hey, here's the things that aren't getting done, so you do these things. When maybe they're not even qualified, capable, or have the desire to do those things. I'm not saying that they don't get those things done, but if they're not being involved in the process of, hey, is this the right fit for you? Then it can just lead to frustration. And sometimes, just because they're blood, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily the most qualified. With our children, we have adopted the philosophy of multiplication rather than division, that if one of our children wants to come back to the ranch, that they bring an enterprise with them that supports them and their family, and that they don't expect that the business be divided, or that we say, just because you're an heir, that we're going to give you a piece of this. We realize that we have a wonderfully blessed asset base, and we're only using one part of it through the livestock grazing. There are a lot of other things that other people are currently capturing that we're leasing out to, such as hunting and multi-species grazing, that perhaps one of our children could. And there are other complementary enterprises that don't even detract from the resource base. So ask these questions. First of all, is the bus sound? Are the tires inflated? Is it filled with fuel? Is it the right business bus to be driving? Who is in that driver's seat? Has somebody accepted that responsibility of being the leader in that business? And for Margaret and many of us, we need to ask that of ourselves, and myself included. Am I willing to sit in that driver's seat and do the work that it takes to protect the people on this bus, but also protect the mission of where we're going with this? Do I have the right people? And are those people in the right seats? Meaning, are they in the right spot in this organizational chart? The org chart, the things that we just talked about, those roles and responsibilities within that organizational chart, those are the seats. Very good. This is just kind of all building on the same principle. This is from Dr. Stephen Covey. He said that one day he realized he wasn't keeping up with the yard, and so he asked his kids. He said, I would like to hire somebody to take care of the yard. Are any of you interested?" His son raised his hand and said, "Yeah, Dad, I'll do it." So Stephen walked out with his son and he said, "Okay, here's what I want. I want green and clean." And his son's like, "What do you mean, Dad?" I said, "Well, let's go look at the neighbor's yard." They walked over to the neighbor's. The neighbor's yard was green. It had been well watered. It had its fertility taken care of. It was clean. It didn't have any trash and garbage or yard waste on it, and it just looked good. And so he said, "Okay, this is green. This is clean. Now let's look over at our yard. What do you see, son?" He's like, "Well, Dad, there's some dry spots over here. It's a little bit yellow. It's a little bit long. We haven't trimmed with the weed eater recently, and there's some trash, and nobody got the leaves picked up." And so he's like, "Okay, so can you make our yard look like that, green and clean?" Like, "Yeah, Dad, I can do it." Weeks went by, and Dr. Covey came home, and he said that, well, so we'll go through this. Maybe I should explain this as we go. So the desired results were the green and clean. The resources, he said, "Now, son, there's sprinklers, there's a sprinkler system. I would use that but he said, it's up to you. I mean, you can get a water can, you can get hoses and spray the lawn, but we need it to look green." And he said, "If you need help, then you need to ask me and I will come and help you." So he said, "I'm a resource. There's the lawnmower, there's the weed eater, there's the tools. I'm going to be a resource." The guidelines again were what? They were the green and the clean. And the accountability, he said, we're going to check in at every week. And if things are going good, then here's your compensation. We'll pay you this much. And the accountability will be, we'll walk through the yard together. And the consequence will be, if you're not, then you'll lose this position. So that was his, so this acronym, Dr. Grack goes through that. So Stephen Covey, a week or so later, comes back and it's late at night. He sees that garbage hasn't been picked up from the party. The lawn's kind of dried out and it needs to be mowed. And so he's ready to strangle his son and say, "Hey, we had an agreement," but he remembered part of his agreement was the accountability and that he needed to be the leader and he needed to step in and ask the right questions. So he did. And his, he asked his son out. He said, "Hey, let's take a walk around the yard." And his lip started to quiver and he's just kind of broke down and almost in tears said, "Dad, it's so hard." He's like, "Well, what's hard about it?" It's like, "What could possibly be hard? He hasn't even done anything." He's like, "It's so hard. I can't manage all this. This is more. I should probably just quit." And so Dr. Covey reminded him, he said, "So what are we looking for here?" It's like, "Well, it's green and clean, but it's just so much work." Like, "What are the resources?" "Well, you said you would help." And I said, "What about the sprinklers?" He said, "Well, I don't know how to turn them on or something." His dad's like, "Well, remember, you can ask me." And so Dr. Covey said he's so grateful that he didn't slip into the lose-lose or lose-win where he's just going to say, you know, either you're fired or yell at his son and try to force the desired results. He empowered him to be able to step in and be the leader. So his son said, well, can you help me, Dad? And he's like, yeah, I've got time. I'll help you. So they cleaned up the yard and they mowed it. And he said the rest of the summer, he never again had to really even step in and help other than a few short occasions. Like his son learned the principle of this Dr. Grack because the leader took enough time to be able to explain it and empower him with that. And that's the kind of leaders that we need to be in our business. And I'm sure each of us have had opportunities where we've worked with that kind of leader. And we've also worked with the leaders who are just so focused on management, so focused on their way is the only way and the right way. And it's just frustrating and it's hard. There are times within our businesses when we can say, you know, this is the way that we will do this. We have that right and responsibility. There are certain values that we don't infringe on. For us, you know, abuse of help, abuse of your fellow coworker, abuse of livestock, that's just not tolerated. So that's a deal breaker for us. But we have a lot of autonomy of how things get done. You know, we believe in our desired results are that cattle are moved efficiently, effectively, and the grass has adequate recovery period. I personally use a lot of polywire to accomplish that. Other people may use herding if their skill set allows and they get the same desired results. Virtual fence might be an option. And so it's going to largely depend on the person that you delegate to. And that's essentially what empowered stewardship is versus, you know, just delegating and dumping and saying, hey, here's the things that need to be done, and not actually training the person and empowering them to have the skills to step into that. One of the tools that we use within our business are some different personality tests. Here's a couple of them that we've done. The Colby test, strategic coach uses that extensively, and so this is a snapshot of our business. Even though right now these 4 people here in the middle are not directly involved with our business. This is my son, daughter-in-law, and son and daughter-in-law, and then William DeMille that works for us. We did this when everybody was involved, and what this does is basically helps you to know where their strengths lie. And so when you look at the seat that you're going to place somebody in, you can say, are they best suited to be able to fit this role or fit this position? So the Colby, Kolbe, is the one that we encourage our clients to use. And Working Genius, when you sign up to work with us, that's part of the signing up is you'll get the Working Genius assessment for you and your spouse. And then if you have other key team members, you know, you may want to ask them to do it as well. And we won't really go into what these numbers mean so much, as the principle is combining these things. And this is where I do lean on AI. And I, you know, gave it all this information. I gave it our organizational chart and said, okay, who is best suited to fill these different roles? And as we went through that with our team, they're like, yeah, that fits. Or, you know, that may fit from AI and artificial intelligence, but it doesn't fit the divine intelligence, which supersedes everything. And it doesn't really fit maybe my gut feel. Like maybe I'm not qualified to be in management, and my score says that, but I really feel like I need to gain those skills. So what can I do to be able to strengthen that? Okay, any questions? Is this landing? Is this helpful and making sense? So I know Caesar, like you're a one-man show. Margaret, I get it. You guys are, you know, you're the only ones in there. these assessments absolutely help you to understand yourself. And then, like with you, Cesar, when you're building out that business plan, you can see, well, man, for me, one of my strengths is a fact finder, but I am not a very good implementer. And so I know that if I'm going to set myself up for failure if I'm the one who has to see things across the finish line. And it happens a lot in our business where I'll have this great idea and I'll be gun ho about it. And then I forget to hand it off to somebody else who has, is a stronger implementer, like my son, Justin, who struggles to be able to create. But if you create the frame around it and you give it some structure, then he can refine it to death and make it happen. So, or Keaton, who's just pretty steady right across the board when it comes to those things. So, yeah, those are just some really good tools that I've found over the last probably 18 months. Have they been game changers for us? In a way, they have. They've been things that have blessed our lives and blessed our clients' lives. So I'll type it in the chat. The one is KOLBE, and then the second one is Working Genius. There's a book on Working Genius. It's a good read if that's your jam, if you're interested in that. And it explains that. The Colby has been around for a long time, and there's other ones also. Yeah, most recently are the Wallaces, who you'll get to meet. Stacy Wallace, she's helping us as a business coach with her husband Larry right now. They actually had us go and do another one, and I really haven't dived deep into that one yet, and I can't even think of the name of it right now. But yeah, there's the those are probably the top two that I would endorse, and it could very well be because they're the ones that I understand the best. So, okay. Right people, right bus, go in the right direction, clarity on vision, sharing that vision, and that's really what creates a solid business. So just pause and give yourself this is going to be super subjective, but a score when it comes to your leadership, management, and putting people in the right seats on the bus on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being that like you've got it nailed, 1 being like there's a lot of room for improvement. Where are you at right now? Where are you at right now? So we got an 8, we got a 3. Good job. Good job. Appreciate the candor. Okay. And then the next and the most important question from what we've talked about here, or what maybe the Spirit spoke to you, or what you've learned completely unrelated to this, what is your next step to raise this score? What is your next step to be able to build out a more effective team? And I'll give you a minute to think about that one, because hopefully it's clear what that next step is, but I'm going to also write it down. So my next step is, when it comes to this aspect, I am looking at this. Okay, there it is. Yeah. Do you guys listen to audiobooks? Anybody else a audio booker? Audible and I are we're kind of like best friends here. Audible is the Amazon audiobook app, and so I depending on the time of year and what I'm doing, I'll have like a few books, and it's kind of balanced between business and fiction and spiritual and marketing. I don't know, if that's a balance, but I kind of go on certain kicks. It's interesting. I just listened to a book called Superpowered, and it's talking about leveraging yourself through hiring a virtual assistant. That's a little bit more high level, but when we were in a strategic coach, most of the successful entrepreneurs that had been in there for a couple months, they were already working on hiring or had already hired a virtual assistant. So we have a personal assistant. Doesn't necessarily need to be virtual. We have an assistant with Ag Steward. Her name's Micah, and she's great. She lives in the Philippines. Great young family there, good Christian gal, and it's just an honor to be able to work with her. And she's been able to take a lot of the things that we do as far as the marketing, and most of the time she nails it. Sorry again about she missed the automation this morning. That rarely happens with her because she's really on her game and she knows that. But this book is more about hiring somebody who is not just being delegated your tasks. They fill in the gaps where you have weaknesses, and they foresee and know the things that you need to do even before they're on your mind. And I know that might be a stretch. It still seems like a stretch for me, but the reason that I'm sharing that is because that was my next step that came up, was that personal assistant is somebody that I need to be able to truly leverage. I've been encouraged to do this for now over a year, and I've had a hard time justifying it. It's kind of the chicken or egg principle, or the grazing principle. You need more cows to grow more grass, but you need more grass to have more cows. So which comes first? Generally, it means you get a bigger mob, and then your cows help grow the grass. And I guess that's what I'm taking this on, by faith. So I'm being stretched here, you guys, too. My next step is pretty uncomfortable, and if yours is, probably means you're on the right track, right? Okay. Cool. Thanks for participating in that section. That's again, if we ended right now and you just went and you implemented that organizational chart, you build out that solid team, you would have been well served. And with our coaching clients, that generally is not the very first piece that we work on. I'll usually have them do like that assessment, the Working Genius assessment right off, so that I can better understand them. And I put those scores in my notes. Building out the team, we kind of look at it in different phases over generally the course of the year that we work together. So first quarter is getting a good solid foundation. The second quarter is planning and beginning implementation. And then that third is where we look at where we build the team, and we put systems in place for success, so that if you have to step away or you choose to step away for your business, whether that's for a weekend getaway, or my dad and mom left for the first time they left was 18 months. And that was a test on the business. I tell you, it was a test. And in some ways we came out of it with flying colors, and other ways we failed. And I don't want that for you guys, whether that's choosing to go serve a mission like my parents did, or, hopefully not a disability or death or something that way. But even if it does happen, that's part of being good stewards, and part of preparing is having these pieces in place. Okay, so everybody get your next step when it comes to the team building phase. Any questions on that? Thanks for the thumbs up, Brian. Got it. Okay, very good. Okay, so where do we go from here? Again, each one evolves a little bit different, and so this do we have enough time to? Okay, do you have any thoughts on this piece? Selena. Okay, I think I've got clarity on where to go next. I do have clarity on where to go next.
I haven't been able to hear everything with the kids and stuff, but just as I've been thinking about Brian and his wife and them like being the everything right now. I just feel like the exercise is really important. And for many aspects, and you've talked about some of them, but really knowing what it looks like to have things get done and all the processes that it takes and all of the steps that it takes for one system to work. And for you to know that and have experienced that yourself, you're going to be able to fine tune that and tweak it to what works for you and your system and your business, your context. So you can put together what are called SOPs. Did you talk about those at all?
No, we really didn't talk about SOPs. It's worth mentioning though.
Yeah, and there's a lot to learn there, but it's really kind of a basic concept that the SOP is a standard operation procedure. And so if you have done that and you know what you want it to look like and the best way and for it to work, you can build that out. You can write that out so that ideally, anyone comes along and you can say, okay, you need to do this job and this is what it's like. And you just hand them the standard operation procedure and they can just go through and check off the list and do those things. Obviously, it still takes some brains and adjusting, especially in an uncertain world of agriculture where we're dealing with weather and all sorts of variables. But it still is really helpful. And so even though the process may seem like it's kind of pointless at doing the organizational chart, it's still extremely valuable as you move forward and hopefully as you grow. The goal is that you aren't always going to be the one running your business, that you're going to be able to step away and it's going to run without you. That's really what a business is. Otherwise, it's just a job working for ourselves, essentially. So to be on the path to true wealth and to have solid businesses that will last through generations, all these steps are helpful and necessary, and going through the process is going to be extremely valuable.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Selena. Appreciate it. So this is that second witness as well of what we've shared. Very well said, well summarized. So, and you might be thinking, well, I don't have aspirations to build to even 5 employees. I just want to keep it small. It's still critical when you go through the process of creating, which is what we're doing and largely why we hired the Wallaces to mentor and coach us throughout this next year, is because that's really where they shine. It's not something that anybody ever taught us of how to build a standard operating procedure, how to build this effective team. We've tried a lot and we failed a lot, and we've also had a lot of successes along the way. So we're practicing what we preach, and we're getting expertise to help us where we are currently not strong. Let's open it up for just a second, and I just want to check in where you're at right now. This is a question for everybody. Wes and Leanne, you guys can answer individually. What is right now as you see it, what is the greatest opportunity that you have before you? And what is the greatest challenge? So I'll give you a minute to think about that. And if somebody's ready with an answer, we'll start with them. And then I would love to hear from everybody. What is the greatest opportunity that you see currently? And the second part, what is the greatest challenge right now?
I'll go if that's okay, Gary.
Please. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah. So on the first part, it's just the having the wife help me with the business aspect of it, collaboratively. So I mean, right now, starting out, that's the best part of it all. The challenges is keeping it going and being able to thrive and again pass that on to the next generation. I think
Okay.
that's where my challenge is going to be.
Yeah, that's come up before. So your involvement with your wife, but the challenge is making sure that the next generation, that there's a place for them and that it works.
Correct. Whether it's for my kids or not my kids, regardless, the next generation.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for that. Perfect. All right, who else? You can either volunteer or you'll be voluntold, because everybody gets to go. So, Matt, are you driving or are you stopped?
I'm just sitting here. So,
Okay. All right. Well, while you're sitting there, did you hear the question? Okay.
your biggest challenge and what was the next thing?
Yeah. So start with the current greatest opportunity, and then
Greatest opportunity.
and then the biggest challenge.
Well, I think the opportunity and the challenge can be one because, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's relationships.
Okay.
I mean, in the challenge, I see opportunity. Does that make sense?
Okay. Tell us more. Give us a little more context there,
Okay.
if you
I
can.
mean, yeah, sure. So, my brother and I farm together. So, I've had a health challenge and been kind of had to step back, and he's kind of took over management and all, and now it's time to get on the same page. And like we don't have business meetings or anything, we need to I wrote down the next thing we need to do is have a partner meeting.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we're pretty dysfunctional about how we delegate, how we tackle different jobs. We have So it's the two of us and my three boys that are in the operation. So it takes more management when you start getting, it used to be just him and I, and we just basically shared everything and thought alike, and it worked fine. But things change. And
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
does
Okay.
that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense, and that really paints a picture for why you're saying it's a challenge and an opportunity. So
Right.
with that opportunity, what is the opportunity? If things were to go exceptionally well, what would that look like? What would that feel like? What would it be like on a day to day?
Well, I think it's probably, what that would, sharing my vulnerabilities here and ours. I've been on this health journey, and like Selena said, that, and you talked about, that can bring about a more of a regenerative, holistic mindset. And I'm so far down that, and he's more like, all this regenerative stuff takes more time, takes time, and it's just, it's not. I don't see it. He doesn't see it. So that's kind of the thing. Getting on the same page, I guess, would be the opportunity. The perfect goal would be to have the same vision as far as how to go about things, and what down that line.
Yeah. And I'll let you ponder on and answer these questions. Maybe make some notes on this, Matt. But what would that do for your profitability? What would it do for your peace of mind? What would it do for your legacy if this was able to happen, where you guys are on the same page? So thank you, Matt. Good job.
Thanks.
Let's go. Wes and Leanne, would you guys like to share greatest challenge and greatest opportunity first, from each of you, and then the greatest challenge from your perspective?
Yeah. No, not quite done.
Okay. Okay, I guess I'll go first.
Perfect.
And these might be a little bit different. I don't know. I haven't looked at his notes at all. Can you go with the biggest opportunity would probably be our direct to consumer sales. There's a lot of things that have come up recently and people are just looking for meat. It's crazy this fall.
Cool.
Which is good for us. But probably the greatest challenge is just not having, like, our shipping out end of it is challenged because we don't really have the space. We're working out of a little 8x10 garden shed and it's full of freezers and we've got more in the and so when we're boxing meat and stuff, it's freezing temperatures. So we can set the meat in the car overnight so the animals won't get into it and it stays perfectly frozen, but
Yeah.
not having the money right now to put something up where we can efficiently operate out of would be the biggest challenge
Okay. Good.
on
Good.
that side of it.
Yeah. Thank you, Leanne. Very, very good. So those, that's interesting for you too. The challenge and the opportunity are very closely related, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because how do you scale that with the current limitations? So,
Exactly.
Wes, what are your thoughts? Opportunity and challenge.
Yes, the opportunity to be our meat business, like Leon said. Growing our cow-calf herd.
Okay.
Farming regeneratively the land, crop land, and maybe managing the pasture land different. A little bit more intensively or something to increase grass production. And yeah, and then also maybe grazing cropland, maybe increase
Okay.
numbers. And then the challenge is managing the farm and making it all work together.
Okay. Okay. What specific aspect of the management of the farm is the rises to the top as far as a challenge?
Well, is making it all happen, making all the workload come together, the finances,
Okay.
having money in place so things can happen when they're supposed to happen, and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's a lot of moving pieces. I get it. And so
Yeah, it is. And then we have my
Cool.
my stalker operation there too, kind of in it. So it's another twist to it. So it's lots of moving parts.
Okay. Love it. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you, Wes and Leanne. Let's go Margaret, Gina, and then Cesar. If you can find the unmute button. I don't know if I can force unmute you.
There
we
I
go.
know how to find the right screen to get it on.
Yep.
I listening to everyone, I kept writing things down. I think my biggest challenge is always cash flow.
Okay.
But my opportunity is I finally found all my cows and have them home, so now I can wean the calves and maybe get them to market. And I have 15. I'm going to keep some of the heifers, but so I have a way to get some of the money. But I was also thinking about I need to figure out how many steers I want to keep to feed for next, to sell next year. Because really, I think with the Maha movement and people are really getting more interested in home raised beef. We have a little dairy in town, and they've went from just doing a subscription milk service to having a little country store where they sell sourdough bread and just all kind, like they have got a bunch of different people that are doing different things, and they have a store, and they went from just giving people the number to the lock to get in to now they're able to have someone there all day, Monday through Friday or whatever. So
Yeah. Cool.
in my town, I think it's really growing too. So And I have put on, when I have had a beef to sell, I've put the advertisement on their dairy page, and I've always been able to sell it and so I always wish I always had one more, so.
Mhm.
I think that's a big opportunity, and my challenge is my time and money, I guess.
Okay. Very good. And remind it, where are you located?
I am in Cody, Wyoming, and
Okay.
and so the other day you had a podcast with AJ Richards,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
and I didn't realize he lived in Cody. I'd been following some of his stuff, and when he said that, I was like, oh, I deliver his mail.
Oh, really?
So I
Okay.
haven't reached out to him yet, but I thought his platform might be good for me.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyway, I just thought I mentioned that. So that's where I'm, Cody, Wyoming also.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Good. 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 All right. Thank you. Very good. Jenna, are you able to share? Maybe. There you are. Oh, you are there. Awesome. Okay.
I'm here.
Opportunity and challenge from your perspective.
I would say current challenges are old buildings and old house and old infrastructure that are creating a lot more financial burdens. Definitely not what we had planned for this year. And challenges.
Mhm.
The hang, the big H word.
Yep.
Yeah, and our and I think one of the, the underlying thing of we probably, the big elephant in the room for us is, having to rebuy the family operation and just making our way out of that bit by bit.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I would say current biggest opportunities is we've had some really short. We're on the cabin in Minnesota here. But my husband trains horses, and we've had some amazing. Like, I'm just overwhelmed. Some really big blessings and opportunity that just, it was totally a God thing that just kind of fell in our lap with some horses recently. I'm meeting an older gentleman who wanted to get out of the business. He spent 5 days with us recently, so that was really a blessing. I just can't.
Oh, we lost her. She'll be back. She'll be back. Okay, Cesar.
Hi. I had some. Well, greatest opportunity is. Do you mean by opportunity is like good things, right?
Yeah. Yep.
There's a shortage of raw milk in Arizona. All of the big three producers, Fond du Lac, Golden Rule, I forgot the other one. They're constantly selling out, and so whenever people go to local stores or farmers markets, they're not available. Um, so that's a really great opportunity. Uh, Biggest challenge though is just from my experience in interacting with because I want to particularly use I always mispronounce it, but they used to be called Cunninghams, the Irishshire breed of dairy cattle, as well as the Kerrys. I was going to use Dexter's, but they just don't produce enough, so it probably wouldn't um, warrant using them at this time. But the thing is that with cattle, they have that they can go on they have lactation for about 305 days out of the year, and then typically they're rested for 60 days. So there's that 60-day gap where there's basically almost no income coming in. And so what was advised to me is to um stagger the times the cattle get pregnant. So
Mhm.
that way there's always cows in production, but because that's a biological process, even with a like AI, it's not guaranteed. So that is like a challenge for me, and then also heat stress.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because that, even with shade structures, that's still it can get pretty bad here.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Thanks, Cesar. Thank you for sharing. And yeah, it's been neat to see how your idea is moving each time we visit. And
Yeah.
things are coming together. Jenna, are you back? I know you were talking about the opportunity with horses. Did you have more on that? We lost you there for a
I'm
minute.
back. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. So that was your
Challenge of technology where we live.
that is a challenge. Yeah.
I was just gonna say our probably other two opportunities is like the pasture to plate beef. Just really getting that off the ground, and we do custom calving, and we've had a lot of interest. We don't have any commitments yet. It's kind of too early, I think, with the cattle market too. That's what without normally. I mean, that was our business for the last several years, and last year, with what happened with the cattle market, really threw our business for that into a loop. But we've had a lot more interest this fall, so hopefully, those will come through.
Okay. Very good. Awesome. Well, thanks everybody for sharing those challenges and opportunities. You know, it is neat to see how oftentimes they are so related. And with every challenge, sorry, I'm trying to plug my computer in here. With every challenge, there is a equal or greater opportunity. I really believe that's just law. You know, last week or whatever it was during the summit, I guess Trump made the announcement, you know, beef prices are going to be lowered. There's a challenge. There's also an opportunity, right? There was a dip in the market. Man, should I have seen that coming, and should I have jumped out and bought some dry cows to be able to fill our order for butcher beef? That is a good standing, you know, profitable order if we can get them bought right. So there's always challenges and opportunities. So this last section, how's everybody doing? I know it's late, some of your guys' time. Well, this last section is kind of the fun one. It's the one I want to end on. We're not going to go heavy into the economics this afternoon. We'll probably tackle that first thing tomorrow morning. And everything is going to build on it, and it's going to make more sense as we roll through this. But this, yeah, this is really the fun one. So this is the ecology, and my daughter drew this picture for one of our events that we did over a year ago. And then I had to go and mess it all up with my scribbles on there, but it's a pretty picture. So, you know, when we look at our operations, there's a lot of things that we manage. We tend to focus on just the livestock and maybe the grass. But let me just walk through how all of this ties together, and it'll fit into the 4 ecosystem processes that we're going to talk about here in a minute. So we manage different forms of, we'll call it capital. That capital can be in the form of money, like liquid cash or a line of credit or savings. It can also be in the form of working capital, which could be in tractors, and I consider that working capital because it can be sold. Like, we don't need to just say that we've owned it forever and need to continue to own it. It can be in livestock, and again, they can be sold. Bud Williams says every day that we didn't buy, every day that we didn't sell, we just bought, and we either got a good deal or we paid too much. So having that mindset about our working capital helps us to be good stewards over these things. We have environmental capital. So the things that we see out here that maybe we take for granted, but other people are going to value. They may pay us for that. There is biological capital. That would be the soil microbial life, There's the ancient capital, could be gold and oil. There is also what we call spiritual capital, that connection with heaven that creates these opportunities for us that, you know, we couldn't even imagine. And then there's the solar capital, and that's really what makes all of these systems work, right? When it comes to agriculture and really life in general, right? Sun quits shining, all bets are off. So having that mindset of like, we're not just grass farmers, we're not even just microbe farmers, we're certainly not just livestock ranchers. Like, we are stewards over all of these things. The 4 ecosystem processes is taught by the Savory Institute. We're going to walk through this, and I know some of you have had some production questions and you're recognizing that as opportunity. The answers really lie in understanding and implementing these 4 ecosystem processes in a way that is practical and profitable. And so we're going to talk first and foremost about energy flow. That's basically the photosynthesis process, which happens from the sun, being able to grow biomass, which we then can harvest either with a machine or with the livestock and convert that biomass into convert that into a commodity, which would be whatever we're growing, whether that's the crop itself or the livestock that graze it, or that eat the forage that's put up and fed out to them. This process, photosynthetic process, is basically measuring the ability of us as stewards to capture this sunlight and to convert it into biomass, into a commodity, and ultimately into a product that serves our fellow man. Josh Adams, he somehow calculated, he's a smart dude, and I'll just take his word for it, that there's 4,000 horsepower of sun energy that strikes each square foot each year. So a lot of energy that comes down, but if that energy is not harvested, what good is it? So we know that from this energy that comes down, comes from the sun, and everything that really currently has life or has had life has come from this energy source. So even that ancient capital, even some of the things that we are continuing to harvest from the ground, that came from the sun. And this is, you know, this basically energy cycle or energy flow. How much photosynthesis is happening in this picture in the foreground? It's not a lot, right? Versus what's going on, you know, on the background of the screens here. So if we have this unlimited source of energy, and, you know, even in the dead of winter, the sun still shines. I don't know about in Manitoba. I mean, if you're under feet of snow, probably not a lot of photosynthesis happening. But here we are in November, and we've got green grass everywhere. We've had some killing frosts. And so I think even in the dead of winter, no matter what, you know, we want to look at ways that we can harvest that solar energy. This is the mob of cattle on our irrigated. The reason that we leave so much, we're leaving this here. This is what we're just have grazed, and we're going into an ungrazed. The reason that we leave so much biomass standing is so that there's a solar panel to be able to collect that energy and regrow. Our rule of the thirds on these irrigated pastures is we harvest a third with the livestock. We trample a third to be able to feed the underground herd of livestock, the microbial life. And then we leave a third standing to be able to grow back. And our recovery periods are a lot shorter when we're able to do that. This is pretty mature. It's hard with these, the Garrison and Timothy that we have in our meadows. to be able to have enough livestock early enough in the season to be able to graze it. But we lay down a lot of biomass, and it helps to build the soil. So, okay, that is the energy flow. Any questions on energy flow? Does all make sense? So, capture more sunlight. The way that we do that is through managing the biomass. The way that we do that is through the proper livestock management. If we're croppers, I don't think we have anybody that's, Lance that was on earlier. He doesn't have a livestock component. The same principles apply, right? Nature does not like bare ground. It wants to be covered, and it's going to do its best to be able to cover it, to capture that energy from the sun, to convert it to sugars, to feed the microbes in the soil, and ultimately to build more resiliency into the system. Water cycle. It's extremely important no matter where you are, even if you're in a very high rainfall environment. Most agricultural, I think it's safe. I think it's safe to say, well, it is absolutely safe to say, we're dealing with the consequences of a broken water cycle. Even in places where they get lots and lots of rainfall, they are reliant on pumping from aquifers for irrigation. There's a lot of nutrient runoff because the water cycle is broken. So what helps to have a healthy water cycle? The things that we have the most control over are time and timing of our livestock, when we graze, how long we stay there. That in turn helps promote more diversity amongst the species. Basically, when we have a raindrop fall, we want it to fall on something that's living, to be able to shatter that raindrop, dissipate it, let it go slowly into the ground. On much of the farm ground and even some of the grazing ground across the United States, these raindrops are falling on bare soil, and it's just causing further soil compaction, and then the water runs off. So it's not about how much water you get, it's about how much water you can take into the soil profile. Mineral cycle. This one is super simple. If you want to screenshot this, here's the difference between a good mineral cycle and a poor mineral cycle. Key in on a couple of these things. Good mineral cycle, there's going to be lots of life out there. And we might call them pests, but whenever we target a single pest, we're also going to inadvertently annihilate sometimes into the thousands of the beneficial species. So we need to be very discriminatory about if and how we use herbicides, insecticides, wormers, things like that. Good mineral cycle, there's going to be lots of ground cover, close plant spacing. And here's my very favorite way to gauge mineral cycle is by what comes out the back end of the cow and how quickly it is incorporated into the soil. If it's sitting there for months or even days in the summertime, there's something broken in the mineral cycle. That should be, we still have green grass. That's a beautiful cow pie that tells us a lot about the nutrition of the cow as well, not only the mineral cycle. But on green grass like this, you can tell she's not too runny, meaning not too high in nitrogen or too high in protein, and the right balance between the carbon and nitrogen as far as what is going in the cow, and that's what comes out the back end. And so if that's not incorporated in this environment, this is irrigated within a couple days, then it's like, okay, something's off. And the last one is community dynamics. Basically the diversity, the soil food web of how all the big critters and the little critters are interacting in this symbiotic relationship to be able to create increased resiliency. And really when we are farming God's way and nature's way, things are in concert and in harmony and things work together. There's only an overabundance of these pests when things are out of balance, and it's nature's way to be able to tell us that, hey, something needs some addressing here, and we're going to send these critters or this weed to be able to address this issue for you. And what do? We want to annihilate that. We want to kill the messenger. When really, we should be asking ourselves in all things, as the holistic management savory principle, when you have a pest, you don't ask what do we need to eliminate, we ask what do we need to add. Because if something is showing up there that's undesirable, it means that we need to add another species. If we have weeds, probably need some increased, no doubt, soil biology going on beneath the surface, but above the surface, it's beneficial to have diversity. Weeds are there as nature's first responders to be able to address the bare ground. And so there's a lot of good things that are happening in this. This is one of our, we do ecological monitoring on our ranch. So we manage in total 11,000 acres that we own on one property, another 2,500 acres in our other property in Clover Valley that we own, and then 12,000 acres that we lease. And so each of those is treated separately as its own monitoring unit. And so we have 30 sites where we go and we take pictures. We walk the ground. We look for how things are looking visually. And then every 5 years, we actually do some more in-depth testing with soil testing and water infiltration to be able to establish are we on the right trend. And so this is one of the ones that scored the highest. There's a lot of good things about this. Based on what we've talked about the four ecosystem processes, what do you guys see here? Just point out some of the things and type them in the chat. What are the things, good or bad, that you guys see in this picture? Is there diversity? So we've got some tall growth trees. Yep. Forage is pretty tall. Yeah, good one, Cesar. Yep, there's a balance between the shrubs and the grass. There's lots of foliage, lots of diversity, lots of solar panels. On the solar panels, are they all shaped the same way? Or is there even a diversity in the shape of these leaves? Right here is kind of a junction between two different groves of trees. These are quaking aspens, and then right here on the edge, these are peach tree willows. And so they have different shaped leaves, they have different root structure, different sizes of trunks. So yeah, and yeah, there's definitely some shade there. Good job, you guys. That's you guys are looking at all the right things. How much bare ground is there here? Essentially zero, right? I mean, yeah, you can dig down, but it's all going to be shaded. There's going to be canopy cover, and there's going to be basal cover pretty much everywhere here in this photo point. Okay. And so as you manage these ecosystem processes correctly, then this is the result. The biology responds, and it loves you for it. And several years ago, my son Weston and I were driving out to move an irrigation dam, and in this lower picture, this is what we found. And granted, that's not every shovel full of soil that we take. This was along an irrigation ditch. But it was phenomenal to be able to see, for the first time that I remember, this density of worms. In the top left, this is just basically turning a cow pie over in the spring and just seeing the life that's inside of it. So we don't worm our cattle. We don't allow others to worm their cattle on our place, and we ask that they not be wormed within the last, or dewormed, given Ivomec or Long Range or whatever those products are, within ideally the 6 months prior to coming onto the ranch. Because we believe that, the worms and the parasites are just a management issue, and we can resolve that by proper grazing management, not allowing them to stay too long. And even the flies, we don't, because we're moving so often, they're always going to fresh feed. And so that's not an issue either. This is basically just shows that based on the key things that we are measuring when it comes to the 4 ecosystem processes, we're able to give a score. And this is somewhat subjective, but generally we go out in groups of 3. It'll be somebody from the Savory Institute because they certify us in their land to market program with a regenerative certification. They will, they'll be there, and then I like to go and usually have, a few kids or other interns or whoever tagging along. So we're going to be looking and we're going to be assessing this and giving a score for each of these questions here on the right. So for example, we're going to ask live canopy abundance on a scale of 1 to 10. No, a positive 10 to a negative 10. How are we doing? Bare ground would obviously be a negative 10. The picture that we looked at, one of the reasons it scores the best is because it's always a positive 10. There's just lots of live canopy abundance. Are we seeing lots of living organisms? Is there both warm and cool season grasses present? Do we have legumes? Do we have trees and shrubs? And you might think, well, trees and shrubs, how does this apply in a cropland? Well, you're always going to score lower. Just the fact of the matter is that there's a missing component. And it's impractical to plant trees where you're running a center pivot, right? And so it's not saying that, hey, you need to do that, but you'll always score lower if there's not. And I think the soil will always be to an extent lacking there. You can overcome that through some biologicals and through management, but left to nature, it probably would have some type of a tree or shrub in there. So the one that we want to key in on these, I would say screenshot this one and start asking these questions. Maybe you don't feel like you know enough to be able to do this, but as you start to train your eye, you'll automatically begin to see some of these things that are going on. Just like it excites me when I see willows propping up out in the sagebrush. And I'm like, man, that is cool because our water cycle is working really well. And when I see, we live here in the sagebrush sea, but when I see sagebrush dying out and rose bushes starting to replace the sagebrush, I'm like, that's kind of cool. We're never going to get rid of the sagebrush entirely, nor should we. But it means that, hey, there's a succession happening. There is some forward progress. So keying in on bare soil, it is the only one that affects all 4 of the ecosystem processes. So obviously the water cycle is going to suffer. The mineral cycle is going to suffer. There's not plants there to be able to cycle the minerals. If there's not the plants there, there's probably not the biology beneath the soil. Energy flow isn't happening because there's nothing to photosynthesize, and there's not a lot of community dynamics or that the diversity. So when you think about community dynamics, it's not synonymous with, but you could also just put in there diversity. Okay, so start looking at your land through that lens and asking those questions. How does it score? What can I do to be able to increase my own score? And it's not that you need to compare to anybody else. It's just basically over time, are you showing steady improvement? And I think I have one last one I guess I don't have it in my slides here, but we do have like a bar graph in our data, which shows year over year a steady upward trend. We went through some drought years, some really like 500-year type, well, not 500-year, it'd probably be 100-year drought a couple years ago, where springs dried up that had never dried up. But still, our scores either stayed static or climbed a little bit during those dry spells. Tony Malmberg, who wrote the book Green Grass in the Spring, he said that one of the ways that he knew if a ranch was truly regenerative was if they were consistently increasing their carrying capacity, meaning their production. And it's not the only way to measure, but if you're doing that, then there's a lot of other things that are in place. If you are steadily increasing your carrying capacity, you're not neglecting any one of those 4 ecosystem processes. You probably have your livestock production in pretty good order. If you're steadily increasing your carrying capacity, they're probably a good quality of life as well, because you enjoy what you're doing. The people are doing the right things for the land, for the livestock, and they're getting the results. And so as you go out and you begin to look through the lens of a steward, specifically targeting in on these 4 ecosystem processes, I always have in the back of my mind, what is this decision? How is this decision going to grow more forage? As simple as a thing as like where you place a bale of hay, or even where you stack your hay, or where you place a mineral tub, or where you put your polywire division fence, or when you go to your first pasture after or in the spring. All of those things, or where you drive your 4-wheeler. As simple as that, right? Where are you going to promote more growth? Are you going to increase your carrying capacity through the simple little things that sometimes we don't even think about? But when we're conscientious and we're mindful, then nature starts to respect and to honor the work that we're doing, and it does the heavy lifting for us. We don't have to rely on the chemical salesman anymore, or the fertilizer salesman, to be able to grow more grass, because that's never sustainable anyway. The only thing that is sustainable is when we step into stewardship and we say, hey, I am responsible here. I am the steward here. It makes me think of the story that was told. A man in Canada, and I don't know what part of Canada, Wes and Leanne, but he had acquired kind of a rundown farm, and he went and was walking his farm, and he saw this just huge overgrown currant, and he, in the spirit of stewardship, said, you're not bearing any fruit and you've been extremely neglected. And he cut it clear down to the stump. And then he said, as he was ready to walk away, he cleaned up the branches, and he said he thought he saw what might have been a tear on that stump. And he could hear in his heart, or in his mind, he said, why did you cut me down? I was growing so beautifully. Why did you cut me down? And he answered back, he said, little currant bush, I am the gardener here. I am the steward here. I want you to someday bear fruit. And I cut you down so that you can grow and to reach your potential. And he went on to share that later, when he was denied a promotion in the Canadian Army, he cursed God and he said, God, why? Why? And he remembered that vision of his farm in Canada years prior, and he heard his own voice, I am the gardener here. Said, I don't need you to be a general of an army. I need you to lead in my kingdom. sometimes God will cut us down. Sometimes we need to cut down the things so that they can grow back into what they have the potential to come. So if you feel a little bit cut down today, you're in a good spot. Things are okay. You're going to grow back and you're going to be who God wants you to be. So just remember that. Sometimes we have to break the paradigms to be able to allow ourselves to regrow. Sometimes we have to create some disturbance. And that's part of the process. So as we wrap up day one, I just want to thank you for participating, encourage you on your regenerative journey. We appreciate your dedication to family, to building the kingdom of God wherever you're at, in whatever ways you're able to do that. Love to get some thoughts from you, Austin. How is Wes said that's typical, right? Neighbor called and the cows are out. Okay.
I'm gonna just log off because I needed to run too. So I guess
Okay,
we'll catch you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll catch you tomorrow. Same time, you guys. Thank you.
Awesome.
Any thoughts, Austin, from the day? Kind of where's your heart and mind, and remind folks about those that have the calls this evening, and then we'll log off for the evening.
Yep, I'm getting ready to visit with Brian here in a few minutes. It sounds like I might have to reschedule Wes and Leanne to
Okay.
accommodate their schedule. I'm just getting started. I've only had one call, so tomorrow's going to be a fun day with everyone and having those conversations. I think the biggest thing that I want everyone to walk away from is just the impact that we have the opportunity to make. I think that's something that we all can easily forget and not necessarily believe in ourselves, but we all have the opportunity to make an impact.
Amen. Well said. Yep. Okay, you guys, have a blessed evening. Get some rest, and tomorrow we've got an amazing day. We'll continue to build out on those principles we talked about earlier. We're going to dive into the economics and finance, which for some people can be a little bit heavy, but to me, it's knowledge, and we have some great tools now that we have access to, like Ambrook for the bookkeeping, and Ranch Vision to be able to run our economic analysis and things. So those are great resources that we have available now, so that even though we're going to learn it more doing it by hand and on paper, once you have those things internalized, then I absolutely encourage you to plug into the tools that we have available. So we'll have a special guest. Stacy Wallace is going to be joining us tomorrow at, I think, 1:00, maybe 11:00. We'll have to coordinate with her assistant and make sure that we're on for the right time. But I will be here at 9:00 Pacific, and appreciate you guys participating. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. So have a blessed evening.
Good evening.
All right. Okay, good night, everybody.